Welcome and thank you for standing by. Currently, all participants are in listen-only mode. Today's conference is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now I'd like to turn the call over to your moderator for this session, Melissa Sedade.
Hi, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us. Welcome. So I'm Melissa Sedade, and I'm the moderator for Innovations in Survey Design. Thanks for joining. This session is being held to inform interested parties of research and to encourage discussion. The views expressed are those of the author and not those of the FedCASIC committee, moderator, or sponsoring agencies. At this time, all attendees are in listen-only mode. Attendees can submit written questions using the Q&A feature, which is at the bottom center or right side of your WebEx screen. Please take a moment to locate that now. If you don't see the Q&A button, click the panel options, 3 dots in the lower right corner of your screen. Make sure you specify the presenter to whom you're directing your question. After all of the presentations, we'll have some time for questions and answers. If you encounter any technical issues during the session, try exiting the session and rejoining using the WebEx browser version. And if technical issues persist, contact fedcasic@bls.gov. And with that, let's go ahead and get started. So our first presenter today is Caitlin Keeve, who is a survey methodologist at the Center for Behavioral Science Methods at the U.S. Census Bureau. Her research focuses on questionnaire pretesting and improving survey data quality. Her talk today, Leveraging Images to Improve School Pulse Panel Data Quality, Lessons Learned from Cognitive Testing, presents findings from an online self-response questionnaire that used images to assist respondents in answering questions with highly technical terminology. And when you're ready, Caitlin, it's all you.
All right. Thanks so much, Melissa. Good morning, everybody. My name is Caitlin, and as was said, my presentation today is on leveraging images to improve school pulse panel data quality. And this is our lessons learned from cognitive testing. First, I'd like to thank my collaborators at Census and at NCES. So I'll first begin with background on the project. So the school pulse panel is conducted by the Census Bureau for NCES, and it is an online self-response questionnaire that surveys public K-12 schools on high priority education-related topics like school safety, learning recovery, and other topics. And respondents are front office staff like principals, assistant principals, deans, and the school pulse.
I'm sorry
Yes,
for interrupting. Are you presenting a slide?
I am. You can't see it. Okay.
Now we can see your screen.
Is it back? Okay.
Well, we see your screen. Go ahead and choose your presentation. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Great. All right, so that was my intro slide. I'll just get back into it with the background. So like I said before, the school pulse, let me turn off these. Okay. Now you shouldn't see any subtitles. So like I said before, the school pulse panel is conducted by the Census Bureau for NCES, self-response questionnaire by public K-12 schools, and respondents are people like principals, assistant principals, and deans. And the school pulse panel questions can use highly technical terminology. So one example are 2 new school transportation questions that we suspected may be hard to answer or may lead to inaccurate answers among participants. So in fall 2024, we used cognitive testing to assess the use of images to assist in answering those highly technical transportation questions. And so our research objectives were to document the methodology, design, and qualitative results of using images on the survey. And we wanted to highlight differences among participants' reactions to those images and review cognitive and usability findings that may be useful for future fielding of images on the school pulse panel survey. And lastly, today we're going to discuss what other online self-response surveys should consider when deciding to use images on their surveys. So for our cognitive testing, there were 20 participants from public and charter K-12 schools. They received a $75 incentive for participating, and all testing happened via Microsoft Teams. Participants use their own device, so they either used a desktop or a laptop. And interviewers used the recording software Snagit to record participants' screens for observation and for interview note-taking purposes. The testing occurred in fall of 2024, around September and October, and each session with the participant lasted 90 minutes. And in each session, the participant completed a consent form prior to beginning the survey, and they completed the entire school pulse panel questionnaire, which was 57 questions across 10 modules, including other topics like mental health, crime and safety, and learning recovery. And also those 2 transportation questions with images were tested as part of the 19-question transportation module. So throughout the session, researchers kept track of spontaneous comments participants made about the questionnaire in our Think Aloud protocol. After the survey, interviewers had probes on specific questions they were interested in and learning more about. So including if participants found the included images to be helpful in answering the questions, and also if the images were not provided in the survey, did they think their answers would have changed? And if yes, which answers would have changed if the images were not provided? And then at the end, there was just a debrief question, which was sort of a final catch-all question. So researchers could clarify any responses. And so here is the first transportation question that was asked. We asked which of the following traffic calming measures, if any, immediately surround your school. And this was a select all that apply question. And I'm first showing for this presentation an example of the question without images, just so you can clearly see the response choices. And as you can see, some are pretty recognizable, but some of the more difficult items that we suspected were going to be hard for people to know what they were things like the mid-block crossings with or without pedestrian hybrid beacons. And here are pictures of what those are. So you can see those 2 images there. And then another difficult item that we suspected were going to, people were going to have issues with identifying without a picture was something called a chicane. And it is a diversion or shift in vehicle traffic lane. And here's what the image looks like. All right, and so here's what participants saw all together. And so for today, I just split the screen to fit all of the questions on one, but participants saw just one continuous screen with all 7 images vertical. And so now I'll share what we learned during the interview for the first transportation question. And so overall, 19 out of 20 participants said that the traffic images were helpful, which was a very positive sign. Many said that the images were especially helpful to confirm the image of the term that they already had when they read the description. However, one participant had an issue with the different crosswalk pictures that I showed before and that are at the bottom of the screen. So for instance, the image on the left with the flashing beacons was not helpful. They said it was a little confusing because they could not see the flashing beacons at the top. So they had a hard time sort of distinguishing the difference between the 2. And beacons just means lights. So traditionally these would have flashing lights if you saw it on a street. And then this one is the question or the answer option without flashing lights. And so also in this cognitive interview, multiple participants expressed that they were not familiar with certain terminology used. So for instance, like the image in figure 3 shown on the right of the screen, people had never realized that, a shift in lanes in the middle of a street had a name. And they said that they would not have been able to identify it without the image. But that wasn't the case for every term on this question. So we found that images were not helpful for all of the answers. So even though things like chicanes were largely unknown, all participants knew what a speed camera was, for example, and they didn't need an image to show them that. While speaking with participants, we did have some suggestions to add more answer options besides the ones that were already included. So some spontaneously mentioned that bus lanes or school driveways were also traffic calming measures because those features helped prevent cars from blocking the school bus loading area around their school. And then some findings from the retrospective probes that were asked. If the images were not included in the survey, 5 people confidently said their answers would have stayed the same. And around 4 participants said that their answers would be different, as in they wouldn't choose a certain response option at all because they didn't know what it looked like, or they would just need to read more closely if there were no images. And so one observation that kind of shows the consequence of not having images is how participants changed their answers after looking at the images. So 2 participants had initially selected both responses for both the mid-block crossings with and without flashing lights. But then after seeing the differences in the images, they changed their answers after noticing the minor differences. So for example, the right image only shows lines on the ground, but no lights, while the other one just shows the flashing lights. So we think this is a successful example of how the images helped people make a more accurate choice, because after they changed their answer or revised it to choose one or the other instead of both, people were saying things like, actually, that's a better fit. And it took me a second, but I think that's closer to what we have at our school. So they were expressing more confidence in their answer after sort of understanding that there's a difference between the 2 images and recognizing which one applied to their school. So continuing here, without images, 2 participants said that they would have skipped the question altogether. They wouldn't have wanted to just read all the answer options, and then half indicated that they were unsure about some of the answers, but they would still try. And these people sort of reiterated that after seeing the images, they were able to better understand the terminology and make some sort of informed selection. And then others said not having images would possibly change their answer, but again, it depended on the image. And so the second question was about bike infrastructure near the school. And it was a lot of the same feedback. So here is the question without images. So you can see the response options here. And the ones that we suspected were going to be hard for people to identify was the Sharrow, which is a painted line marking indicating where bikes and vehicles share a lane, and also the different kinds of bike lanes. So there were about 4 different kinds of bike lanes that could be similar if you were just sort of thinking about them in your mind. And for reference, this is the image of the Sharrow first, and here's what it looked like. And for the bike lanes, here are the images for the different kinds of bike lanes that were included as response options. All right. And here is the question altogether of what respondents saw. And again, it's just split screen for the purpose of this presentation. Okay. And so overall, participants didn't struggle to answer this question either. They tended to pause only for a few seconds to view the image and read the item description. And we think this was the case possibly because almost half of our participants selected that they had no bike infrastructure surrounding their school. So it was a bit easier than the traffic calming measures for them not to spend as much time on this. And just for reference, no one in our sample selected protected bike lanes, raised grade or separated intersection crossings, or even bike lights. And so our main finding from this question was that Sharrow was largely unknown, and some participants said that without the images, they would not have known the difference between the 4 different types of bike lanes. But overall, most of the images were helpful. So now I'll share a few brief usability findings from those interviews. So our first interest in terms of usability was the number of images per page. So for each question, there were 7 images per page for each response option, and that didn't appear to be an issue. The design did require participants to scroll up and down the screen to see the images vertically, and all participants used a personal computer to test these questions. So none of them said that the scrolling was burdensome, perhaps because they're just used to using a laptop and scrolling up and down a screen. But our opinion is that if these questions were also tested on mobile devices, scrolling to revisit an earlier image on a small screen may have shown to be a usability issue. And on the right here is an example of what it would look like that the questions would look like on a mobile device. And so another reason why we say 7 images per page was not an issue, because no one attempted to zoom in using their cursor on the images, suggesting that the sizing and the resolution quality were adequate for our participants. And then here's just a larger picture of what mobile testing would have looked like, which we do strongly recommend to do testing on in the future, to really understand how people are scrolling, if they're zooming in, and if they express difficulty on mobile. So another interest in usability that we had was those short item descriptions that went along with the images. And we found that they did appear to work well. So those short descriptions provided enough detail, like the description of the bike light below, while not overburdening people with excess text on the screen. So one participant suggested a detailed definition for each item. They said that would help them understand the terminology better, but we did not recommend that to NCES because like larger walls of text have traditionally not been received positively by really anyone. So we thought that the short item descriptions would have worked better. And here's just some research showing that wordy and unclear response options typically increase cognitive burden compared to things like concise question types and design. So we decided to stick with that recommendation of short item descriptions along with an image. So the next thing we were interested in documenting was image choice. So as mentioned, most images were well received, and only one person spontaneously said that they did not like the crosswalk with the flashing lights image picture because they couldn't see any flashing lights, which was a fair assessment. And images were used, the images used were stock photos, and they were taken in the daytime with full brightness and signage clearly in view, which also contributed to people, speaking positively of the images. And also the images were without weather, pedestrian, or building obstructions. And we thought that was especially important to mention because it's a transportation module, and it allowed participants to view the version of the item in a best case scenario environment. And so here is just some final takeaways and recommendations that we had for other surveys looking to add images to highly technical terminology or maybe like niche response options that participants are not likely to be familiar with. So first, we recommend to select images that are high resolution, that are bright, and that have and that accurately depict the item of interest. Also, the design should be consistent in showing images or not showing images at all. So we recommend do not display some images and not all images. And maybe you start with just the item descriptions, and if you already have an idea of images that are not going to be, or of items that are not going to be well known, have maybe a pop-up when participants hover over the description. Or you can play around with things like an unfolding feature that some softwares can easily add into your survey. Or you can have an embedded link where people can go to and click on, for example, like what a chicane is or what a protected bike lane is. And this would take up, less real estate than having all images on the screen. Because perhaps people, who know exactly what an item is don't need to have every image. And they might spend extra time looking at the pictures to confirm their answer. Or if you want to consider providing images for response options only when those items are not well known, our main recommendation here is just to be consistent with what is visually represented on the page. Also, images should be unique and clearly distinguish key features, which may assist respondents in distinguishing between similar items. Also consider offering, so instead of like a static image, maybe a video if the item changes, such as those flashing lights that we depicted, or a brief video of a cyclist in motion turning into a bike lane. Maybe that would help people sort of distinguish between similar items as well. And lastly, a general recommendation for researchers is to pre-test images on mobile and on PC because of the increasing number of people taking surveys on the phone. And so you can also watch for any issues like scrolling that comes up due to the number of images on a page or the image sizing. And that was it. So thanks so much for listening to my presentation, and I welcome questions at the end.
Thank you, Caitlin. That was fantastic. Thanks for your time today.
Thanks.
Okay, Robin, if you'd like to queue up your slides. Next, we'll hear from Robin Kaplan. She's a senior research psychologist in the Behavioral Science Research Center at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Her work centers on survey methodological research, questionnaire design, and measurement error in economic surveys. Her talk today is titled Endorsement of Select All versus Forced Choice Response Options in Behavioral, Factual, and Attitudinal Questions in a Web Survey. And it presents findings from an experiment contrasting different question formats and question types, and we'll discuss the implications for web survey design. And Robin, whenever you're ready, we are ready to listen.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Great. I'm not sure if my video started because that screen disappeared when I shared my slides. So
Yes, your video is not on, but we can see your
okay,
slides.
let me just figure out how to.
Robin, this is Lisa. You'll want to take your cursor and go to the top, and a control bar will pop down, and you'll see share video there.
Okay. Oops. Okay, I'm not sure I did that correctly.
If you take your cursor to the top, well,
Mhm.
do you see an orange control bar
I don't.
all the way straight up?
I will just try. I'm so sorry. I'll try to
That's okay.
unshare this so I can see. Okay, I can't get back to the screen. I was expecting to see.
Why don't you stop sharing?
Okay,
You're still sharing. If you stop sharing, you'll see a start video at the bottom.
got it.
There you
Okay.
go.
So sorry about that. I knew that the tech check went too smoothly and that something would go wrong today. All right. Okay, can you hear and see everything now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Today I am going to talk about select all versus forced choice response options. I'd like to thank my co-authors, Erica Yu and Doug Williams. So survey designers have two choices when they are planning to ask a battery of items in a web survey. So they can choose between select all question formats versus forced choice question formats. And so I'm sure everyone here is familiar with select all question formats. They ask respondents to select all items that apply to them and leave all other items blank. So I'll just show you an example here. What are all of the things you have done to find work during the last 4 weeks? The respondent would use these checkboxes to select all of the items that apply to them and leave everything else blank. And so there are a lot of benefits to select all question formats. They reduce space, mouse clicks, and the number of questions in a survey. And as a result, that can help really reduce respondent burden. One downside is that it may decrease data quality via primacy effects. So maybe respondents only read the first couple of response options and the lower ones on the list, they might not read so carefully. And it can be unclear if skips are definitely representative of saying no or satisficing. The other choice is a forced choice question format. So I'll show you kind of the equivalent of that question. Please indicate whether or not you did each of the following things to find work during the last 4 weeks. The respondent would use these radio buttons to select either yes or no for each of the items in the battery. And so this has been shown to lead to greater item level endorsement, which just means more yes responses. The downside is it requires more mouse clicks, and as a result, this can increase respondent burden. And so in the literature, there's been some debate about why forced choice leads to greater item level endorsement. Is it due to deeper cognitive processing? They're kind of forced to read each item carefully and select a response, or is it due to an acquiescence bias, which is just the general tendency to select yes to questions? Okay, so another aspect of this that hasn't been studied much in the literature is how different question types may interplay with this effect of select all versus forced choice questions and the differences we see in level of endorsement between the two. So as we all know, there's many different types of questions. Some ask you to recall information from memory about past behavior, facts, or knowledge. There's also attitude questions, which can be recalled from memory or formed on the spot. There are hypothetical question types, amongst many others. So how these different question types interact with forced choice and select all hasn't been studied very much. There was one study by Rosinski and colleagues from 1994, where they found evidence of increased endorsement for forced choice question formats compared to select all. However, the effect was moderated by the question type. So they saw differences in knowledge-based questions, hypothetical questions, and behavioral recall questions, with the hypothetical question showing the biggest magnitude of difference in endorsement between forced choice and select all questions. So clearly there's room for more research on this topic. So that brings me to our research questions. We wanted to know whether question format, select all or forced choice, affects level of endorsement of questions, and whether the question type would moderate the level of endorsement, and whether question format impacts data quality as measured by whole question missingness and item level missingness, and whether there would be differences in burden as measured by time spent on the survey by question format. So our design was, we recruited a little over 1,000 participants, and they were randomly assigned to one of two question format conditions, select all or forced choice. All participants received 3 question types, behavioral, factual, or attitudinal, and each of those questions had 8 to 10 items within them. And most of the items were presented in random order, and the order of the question types was also randomized, except for that question on work I showed you earlier. I'll explain why that was a little bit later. The behavioral questions were that question on what they did to find work, and mobile apps they used in the past 12 months. The factual question asked what appliances were included with their current home or rental. And the attitudinal question was a standardized survey attitude scale that measures people's attitudes towards taking surveys. So our methods were participants were recruited from a non-probability web panel to complete a self-administered web survey. It was done in November of 2023. The median time on the survey was 3.7 minutes, and they received a $1 incentive for completing the short survey. Our participants were typical of what you'd see in a non-probability panel. They skewed younger, 38 years was the average age, slightly more female, and highly educated. Almost 60% had a bachelor's degree or higher. So moving on to our results, I'm going to kind of start with an overall snapshot of what we found here. So this graph shows each of the question types by the question format that we used. And the blue bars are the select all group, and the gold bars are the forced choice group. And this shows overall mean level of endorsement by question type and format. So as you can see here, the gold bars exceed the blue bars for all of the question types. So we replicated that finding that forced choice leads to more endorsement overall, but we do see some differences here. So the attitudinal question had the biggest magnitude of difference, 15%, and that apps used question about behavior was only about 3%. So just depicting this in another way, you can see here the percent difference between levels of endorsement in select all and forced choice question types in order. You can clearly see that the attitudinal question had the biggest difference, and the behavioral question on apps had the lowest, and then these other two were kind of in between them. So we did see that question type did moderate this effect, and all these pairwise comparisons were significantly different from one another. So I'm going to zone in more on the individual questions. So that first question was on work. It's taken from the current population survey. We had participants think back to the last time they looked for work. The median date was in 2020. The survey was fielded in 2023. So that is about a 3-year reference period for most of our participants. We asked them to indicate what they did to look for work, and we retained a similar order to what is used in the CPS. So we did not randomize the categories for this question. Going on to our results just for all of the individual items, you can see here the gold bars exceed the blue for all of the individual items. So again, forced choice led to more endorsement. And then looking a bit at data quality, whole question missingness was slightly higher in the forced choice group, but not significantly so. So that just means people who skipped the entire question. We didn't have a none of the above response option. So if we take leaving the whole thing blank to mean that none of those applied to them, and compare that to respondents who selected no for every single item in the forced choice group, we do see a significant difference there. With fewer selecting all no in the forced choice group, and item missingness was pretty low in the forced choice group as well. So we felt we had pretty good data quality here as well. Okay, and some of this may have been because we didn't filter out people who had never looked for work. So that's kind of why these numbers are a little bit higher. Going on to our second question, this was a behavioral question where we asked people to indicate the mobile apps they used in the past 12 months. We randomized the order of these. Item number 10 was a fictional fake app that we made up just to kind of do a data quality check, see how many people would select that one. Here you can see, fortunately, less than 1% of our participants selected the fake app, so we were pleased to see that in terms of data quality. But you can see the blue and gold bars are pretty equal for most of these items. So this was the one that had the lowest magnitude of difference between select all and forced choice. So a lot of people had used things like DoorDash and Uber. Some of these were used less frequently. And looking at data quality here, whole question missingness was 15% in the select all group. If we compare that to those selecting all no for the forced choice group, it was 16%, so fairly similar to one another. And a lot of this was because many of these participants had never used any of the apps or hadn't used them in the past 12 months at all. And item missingness was again pretty low for the forced choice group, less than 1%. Going on to our factual question here, we asked which of the following appliances or equipment were included in your home or rental. We randomized the order of these and we tried to pick things that would be very likely to come with your home, like a refrigerator, and things that were less likely to, like a portable dishwasher. And we randomized the order. So looking at the results, you can see forced choice exceeded select all in terms of endorsement for all of the items, and then ones you would expect to see, like an oven or fridge, had more endorsement than window air conditioner or portable dishwasher. Looking at data quality, these were pretty similar across the select all and forced choice groups. Not many differences here and not a lot of item missingness or whole question missingness for either group. Going to our last question, this one was an attitudinal question. So this is a standardized scale asking for people's attitudes about taking surveys. One caveat is our panel was likely to have more pro-survey taking attitudes than the general public. And you can see that the first 5 items are positively worded, and then 6 through 9 are negatively worded. And we did randomize the order. So here you can see this item had the biggest magnitude of difference between forced choice and select all. Those gold bars really exceed the blue ones for all of the items, and the positively worded ones were endorsed more than those negatively worded items as well. Okay, and then going on to some data quality measures, we had the lowest level of item and question missingness of all of the question types for this one, because everyone can have an attitude about everything, so there wasn't a lot of missingness here. Okay, and going on to respondent burden, the median time spent on the select all condition was 3.5 minutes, and it was 3.9 minutes for the forced choice group. So this amounted to a difference of about 25 seconds, which was statistically significant. So that forced choice condition did seem to have more burden associated with it as measured by total time spent on survey. Okay, so recapping our research questions, does question format affect level of endorsement? Yes, we replicated the finding that forced choice leads to more endorsement than select all. Does question type moderate the level of endorsement? Also, yes. Does question format impact data quality? We saw pretty similar levels of data quality across both question formats. There was slightly less missingness for the forced choice group in some of the question types, and that may have just been because there was less missingness overall in that attitude question versus the questions that rely on recall. And were there differences in burden as measured by time spent on the survey? Yes, forced choice had significantly more time spent on the survey overall. Okay, so some takeaways and limitations. For short attitude surveys, a forced choice question format may be better preferred. We saw slightly better data quality for it, and that question type did have the biggest magnitude of difference in select all versus forced choice levels of endorsement. For behavioral or factual questions that are likely to be low frequency, so that question about apps used in the past 12 months, it may be more preferable to use a select all format for that type of question, as it will save on respondent burden, and we did not see large differences in data quality between the question types. Our limitations were that this was a non-probability sample. We don't know the true value of the participants' answers to these questions, so we couldn't validate whether their answers were correct or incorrect. We did not have paradata available on device type use, so as you can imagine, these questions might look different on a phone, a tablet, or a desktop. So we unfortunately weren't able to look at that. And we didn't have individual question page timings available, so we couldn't see, which questions were taking the longest to answer in the select all versus forced choice groups. So some future directions, we are planning to replicate this study with additional questions and topics and include a question that's hypothetical in nature to see what that looks like. We'd like to assess subjective and objective burden, so time on individual questions and the whole survey, as well as some subjective burden questions to ask about participants' experience answering these different questions, and limit it to only desktop users so we could get a clean picture of what that looks like, and then hopefully move on to collect this data in mobile devices as well. And then adding a none of the above option for the select all condition, because it was difficult to know if skipping that whole item was due to satisficing or was a true response of no. So we are working on this second study, and hopefully we'll be back next year to present the results of it. So thank you. I look forward to your questions later.
Thanks, Robin. That was terrific. Thanks for sharing with us. Okay, Beth, if you want to start pulling up your slides. Next, we'll hear from Elizabeth Nichols, who works in the Research Directorate at the U.S. Census Bureau. Online questionnaire design has been a research interest of hers for many years, and today she shares with you some findings from 2 experiments investigating different designs for fixed length data. So take it away when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Melissa. And I've really enjoyed the past 2 talks, and mine's going to be really similar. So I'm also looking at a specific type of question for online question design, and I'm looking at the fixed length data. When you have fixed length data, how should that field be formatted?
Whoops, Beth, it looks like we lost your slides. And we can't hear you now.
You can't hear me?
There we go. Now we can hear you. And now we can see
Great.
your slides. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but I'm going to go forward. So thanks very much. And I'm going to go on to our research question. So you might ask yourself, what is fixed length data? And that's data that has a standard format and a fixed length. And examples include time, telephone number, date. You might also think of an authentication code to enter in. And I know federal surveys don't ask for a credit card or social security number all the time, but those are other examples of fixed length data. So our research question was to look at what an optimal input field design would be for these data so that the accuracy of the data is maximized, that respondent burden is minimized, and we are measuring respondent burden by time on task, and that user satisfaction is maximized. So I'm going to jump to the end, and I'm going to show you the winning design in our experiment. And I'm showing you this right away for a few reasons. One of the reasons is that it gives you an example of what in action, what the winning design looked like and how it behaved. And then also it shows how we designed our experiment. So I have a video here. There is no audio on this video, and I'm just going to talk through it with you. So first of all, you will see that, Robin had a really a hard problem, right? She didn't know the accuracy. So to solve our problem, we gave them the answer to input. So we gave them this phone number and we asked them to input it. So for here, I'm going to start the video, and on focus, the format appears. And as the user types, the format continues. So that was phone number. And now I'm going to show you a second. We asked them to enter time, and we gave them an analog clock. 7:45 was the correct answer. Some people said 8:45. We also counted that as a correct answer. So again, the winning design from our experiment had a fixed a focus on the field. And the format stayed there as the user typed. So now let's go back and talk about our methodology. So we conducted 2 independent split panel experiments, and these studies ran in November of 2020 and May of 21. So they were a while ago, but I think the findings still hold. And we did the evaluation earlier, but we just haven't presented it externally. We tested 4 designs. You saw one of them in the clip. It was a between subjects design, just like Robin's, and participants were assigned to just one of those designs. We also, just like Robin's, used a non-probability panel, a quota sample, and we measured accuracy, time on task, and satisfaction. So this, I'm going to now show you pictures, just static pictures of the 4 designs we tested. This I'm going to call format as typing. So, and I think you've all experienced this too. You have a blank field, we're asked to enter the phone number, and you're like, oh, should I enter the open parens or should I just enter the 3? So if you started with the 3, the parens would start and it continued as you sort of typed through. You didn't have to type the dash, you didn't have to type the close parens. You just had to type the number, but the format would appear as you were typing. So that's format as typing. This one I'm going to call format on focus, and this is the clip you saw. So upon even focus, you put the cursor into the field, the format appears. And then as you type, the format stays. Next one, the third one, I'm going to call no format. And this is simply just an open text field with no format. The user could just type the number 301763, or the participant could type the parentheses or whatever format they want. And the final design we tested, we call auto tab. And this design chunked the fixed length data into its natural parts, right? So for phone number, there are 3 parts. For time, there's 2 parts. For date, there's 2 parts as well. Date was 3 parts. So what happened here is you see the format physically on the screen. You type 301. Once you get to 1, it automatically tabs. That's why I called it auto tab to the next chunk, right? So that's how auto tab worked. So our design, this experiment was actually towards the end of a longer survey, which had several experiments in it. Again, participants were randomly assigned to one condition, and they interacted with 5 to 6 screens for this experiment. And I'm going to go through each of the screens. You're going to see them here on this slide, and then I'll show you pictures. So we first started with an example question. And in this, we instructed users to enter 1998. And the reason we did this is because a lot of times participants are on autopilot, and if they say enter year, they'll enter the current year. Enter phone number, they'll enter their phone number. And we really wanted users to pay attention to what was on the screen because we were going to tell them what to enter. So users had to enter 1998 before they moved on. They had to sort of, even if they messed up and entered the current year or a different year, they couldn't move forward until they entered the correct date. Once they did that, the example question, then we went to a telephone number, which you saw, a time question, again, you saw that in the clip. Then we had a date question. We showed a calendar there, and you're going to see the calendar. And then in study 2, we added one more question with the access code, which is like an authentication code. Now, on those 4 main screens, we gave them the data to enter. The questions were not randomized, so they were in that order. The example, again, they had to enter the correct data to move forward, but the participants for the remaining 4 questions, the answer was not checked, so they could move forward. After those 3 or 4 questions, they answered an ease or difficult rating question. All right, so now let's look at the pictures of our example question. And it was the same across all conditions, and it was the same across both studies. In this section, we will tell you the information to provide in the write-in box. Please read the instructions carefully. Here's an example question. Please enter this year, 1998. So once they enter they could enter anything. They hit, I think they got an error message to enter right year. After that, they got the questions in this order. First, they got the date of birth. First they got the telephone number, and you saw that in the clip. Then they got a time question with an analog clock. Then they got the date question. Both the time and the date had the format above the field. The date was given a calendar, and I think it says September 20th on there. No, 14th on there. And finally, for study 2, we had an access code, and we gave them a census ID access. After the 4 questions or 3 questions, we asked them an easy, difficult question. How easy or difficult was it for you to enter the correct data for these last 3 or 4 questions, which asked you to enter a phone number, a time, and a date? And they could answer that. Let's look at our participants. Study 1 will be on the left, study 2 will be on the right, and I'm going to keep that pattern for the remaining slides. We had about 500 participants in study 1 and 500 in study 2, and they were different people. Like Robin, we skewed a little bit more female. Our age in study 1 was younger, at 37 years old. Our age in study 2 was older, about 46 years old. Our age in study 1, we had more Hispanic participants in study 1. There was another experiment. We really wanted to oversample Hispanics for that experiment. So we had about 15% in study 1 and about 9% in study 2. Our race was pretty similar, 77% white or 77% white also. Study 1, we had forgotten to ask for the educational level. Study 2, we had a nice distribution with about 34% high school and then 66% more than high school. The big difference here was in study 1, we had more mobile users, 63%, and it was pretty much PC based only for study 2. Okay. So the data collected in study 1, we had 1,500 observations. So we had 500 participants, but we had those 3 questions, right? So we had a total of 1,500 observations, and we collected time on the screen and the data entered for each of the question. And then we had 500 easy, difficult ratings for study 1. For study 2, remember we had a 4th question. So we actually had 2,000 observations, 500 people times 4 questions. We also collected time and the data. We, again, had a little error in there where we forgot to include timing on the no format condition for the phone. It didn't matter too much, but we had it for the other data, and then we collected 500 easy, difficult ratings. So for our analysis for each, for accuracy, I'm going to show you a bar chart focusing on the percent inaccurate, because that's where it gets interesting. And then to control for, each participant having multiple observations, we ran some mixed logistic model for accuracy to control for that. And for efficiency or time on task, I'm going to show you the mean time, and then a mixed linear model to look at the, what was really significant after controlling for multiple observations. For satisfaction, we're just going to show you the distribution and run a chi-square. All right. So for accuracy, again, let's start with the study 1 on the left. Blue is format as you type. Orange will be, which is the lowest, if you look at 17% inaccurate, was format on focus. That was the clip. That's the winner. The no format inaccurate was 18%. And then auto tab really performed poorly, right? 33% inaccurate entries. Not really sure why this was the case. This was mobile though, so perhaps something happened with the fields on the mobile. When we ran the mixed model, sure enough, auto tab is significantly higher or more inaccurate data than the other 3, but there were no differences in accuracy between the other 3. So now let's look at study 2. And unfortunately, we did not replicate our findings. You might notice a few things though. first of all, this again is the percent inaccurate. And you're like, wow, study 1 had more inaccurate answers than study 2. I'm going to just flat out probably attribute that to the mobile, right? The mobile device use. We also see that AutoTab didn't seem to do as poorly in study 2 as it did in study 1, but no format was sort of the loser, right? More inaccurate data entry in the no format, the 14% difference. It was different than all the others. And the winner, if you're just looking at the least amount of inaccurate entry, is again the orange, which is the format on focus, but it wasn't statistically different than the other. Now let's look at time on task. Looking all over, you see some stars on study 1. Let's start on study 2, and it looks about the same, right? You're not seeing too much of a difference. This is number of seconds, average number of seconds for each of the conditions across all the questions, right? So some questions are harder than others, longer than others, but we just averaged across. Again, you're not seeing any statistical differences here. If you look just overall, the mean for a format on focus, the orange is lower than all the others, and no format is higher. But again, nothing's really statistically different. For study 2, we see some stuff going on again. Study 2 had more PC. The interesting thing is, like, the time on task wasn't that much more or that much less for study 2 than study 1, even though it was heavy mobile. But regardless, we see both format on focus and AutoTab seem to be quick to use, right? They had the lowest mean. And then we see some asterisks on format as typing and no format. Those actually are different than the AutoTab. So they're higher, takes longer than the AutoTab. So again, a lot of mixed things going on here. Ease and difficulty of use. So basically, the bottom line is we really didn't see any difference in ease difficulty between any of the formats in either design. The chi-square p-value is at the bottom underneath study 1's chart and study 2's chart. You also see really high scores for extremely easy to use in study 1 or somewhat easy to use. And then I just grouped the latter 3 into one not easy. I called it. You don't really see a pattern going on there. Interestingly, in study 2, even though this was PC, looks like overall fewer extremely easy and more somewhat easy, right? Again, really low, not easy scores. But again, no difference in satisfaction between the designs. The final thing we looked at was just the format of the date and time. So a lot of times when you have fixed data, and the 2 examples we gave were 7:45, right? You really want them to say 07:45 as the ideal format for that data. Likewise, for September, you want 09, right? Not just 9. And it really comes into play, like if your date was January 12th, 2005, right? And there's no 0 in front of that. You're not sure if the participant meant January 12th or did they mean 11 November 2nd, right? You can misinterpret what they mean if we don't have those leading zeros. So we looked at the 2 kind of designs that did the best overall, which was the format on focus and AutoTab. AutoTab did have high inaccuracies in the study 1, but study 2, it did okay, and it was a very quick to use. But what we saw for format on focus is that there were no inaccurate data. Everyone entered the leading 0 for both date and for time. They entered that 0. For AutoTab, and again, I'm just looking at people who entered the correct date, right? I'm looking at those folks only. Everyone entered it correctly. But for AutoTab, we had 86% of the participants who entered the correct entry, right? Entered it in the correct format, which would be 0914. And the other respondents just entered 914. And for time, again, we counted 0745 and 0845 as to be correct, and only 45% of participants entered the 0, either 07 or 08. So that is something to consider when we're thinking about limitations of these different designs. So like I found in other experiments with design, sometimes it's easier to rule out designs than to like really say, oh, this one performs so much better than all the others. So I'm just going to highlight here some of the limitations with a few of the designs that we found. So no formatting in the field. It did result in longer data collection times and more errors, right? We saw that. And I'm glad to have this result, right? People are frustrated when they are asked to put in their phone number and there's no format in that field. It's a little bit, you're waiting, like, what should I do? Masking as you type. Also, it generated slightly longer entry times compared to the auto tab in the one study. Otherwise, it did okay. Auto tab appeared to be quick to use, but it resulted in more errors in study one, which was mobile heavy. And many users don't enter the leading zeros during the data entry. So our recommendation is, circling back to our clip, is to use the format on focus for fixed input types. It was just simply consistent across both of the studies. There were no data in the wrong format, right? It produced accurate data. The time to complete was quick across both mobile and PC, and there was no difference in user satisfaction. So thank you very much, and look forward to your questions at the end of the session.
That was great. Thank you so much for your time on that. Okay, so we have our final presenter coming up. Don't forget, you can put your questions in the chat and we'll address them at the end of our time together. And then Chad, if you want to start pulling up your slides, now's a great time to do that. So our last presenter today, last but not least, is Samuel Chad Garber, is a mathematical statistician in the Survey Methodology and Technology section of the Research and Development Division at the National Agricultural Statistics Survey, or NAS. His talk today, comparing web-scraped establishment survey frames of industrial hemp growers, presents findings of developing a new survey by looking for industrial hemp growers using 3 modes of web scraping. And whenever you're ready, we're ready to listen.
Thank you very much. Can everyone see my slides and hear me okay?
We sure can.
All right.
Hear you, see you, and see your slides.
All right, great. Thank you. Like she mentioned, today I'm going to be talking about comparing web-scraped establishment survey frames of industrial hemp growers in 7 selected states. We're going to look at cost, contact data, and accuracy of frames. Again, I'm Samuel Chad Garber. I'd like to acknowledge some other contributors to this project: Michael Gerling, who just recently retired, Tyler Wilson, and Catherine Vanderpool. Agenda today, we're going to start by defining what web crawling and web scraping is, the difference in them both. And we're going to discuss the industrial hemp frame comparison study that we conducted by looking at methods and analysis, findings, and recommendations. So let's do some definitions first. Web crawling is actually finding the websites to scrape the information from. And we can do this manually and automated approaches to this. While web scraping is actually the automated and manual process of copying contents from those websites. The information is then exported into appropriate formats, which could be anywhere from Excel formats, different dates, like some of the previous presentations of how to get certain information in the format we need. And industrial hemp. And this is from the plant species Cannabis sativa. It's used worldwide to produce a variety of industrial and consumer products such as ropes, clothing. It's very high in fiber and less than 0.3% in active tetrahydrocannabinol. That's THC. And that's compared to marijuana, which is 3 to 30%. The THC is the psychoactive ingredient. Now we're going to talk about the industrial hemp frame comparison study. The Agricultural Marketing Service, AMS, wanted to survey the hemp industry. It's a growing industry. They're realizing there's more and more out there. So AMS and the National Agricultural Statistics Service, NASS, who I work for, worked together to develop a survey on industrial hemp growers. This is a completely new commodity to the USDA programs. It was added to the Farm Bill. And like I said, it is a growing niche market out there. So with the increase in products using hemp, we thought we'd want to see what is out there. A little background. NASS compiled its list received from several other USDA agencies, such as the Farm Service Agency, FSA, the Risk Management Agency, RMA, just to name a few. So NASS's Research and Development Division also web crawled and web scraped on its own, looking for industrial hemp growers, processors, and transporters. Then NASS decided to contract with an outside agency to find every industrial hemp grower in the U.S. This was a wide net that was sent out there for the contractor to do, and they pulled such operations included marijuana growers, processors, medical marijuana facilities, dispensaries, chain stores, and gas stations. Anywhere that hemp or the marijuana was associated with, they pulled those. Now we're going to talk about the three frames that we're going to compare and talk about. We have the USDA list. That's the FSA, RMA, AMS, and NASS list. Internal will be the Research and Development Division within NASS. And then the contractor was MACE that we worked out a deal with. So we wanted to start the survey part. So we did the USDA list were used for the list frame part of the survey, while MACE's list was used for the undercoverage adjustment. The states compared, we selected 7 states, and these were based on doing some research on the top industrial hemp growers and some lists that were out there. So we randomly selected the 7 then from that list to try to get a wide range of the U.S. So we were selected Colorado, Illinois, Missouri, Montana, Nevada, New York, and Tennessee. Some research questions before we start were, what are the pros and cons of web scraping contractor versus internally versus USDA NASS list? We wanted to look at what pros and cons of each of the 3 are. And how accurate are these new frames at identifying industrial hemp growers? So our analysis plan was do a summary of descriptive statistics, frame overlap assessment, web scrape data quality, and the resources, staff, and cost. And we'll look at each of these throughout the survey. Now, some of the descriptive statistics that we want to look at are, we want to compare the number and percent of records in each frame with information for the owner and the manager, operation name, address, operation address, phone number or phone numbers, email, website, and any other information that we could find. When we conduct our surveys, we want as much information out there as possible because, number one, we want to know what method we want to contact these people. Is it going to be a mail survey? Is it going to be a phone survey? So any information that we can get, it will be beneficial in the end. At first, we wanted to examine all the states combined. But then we realized that Tennessee was driving the numbers, so we then examined each of the 7 states individually. This is an example of what we did for each state. This is Colorado, for example, here. We have the descriptive statistics on the left, internal, contractor, and USDA. And this color-coded here is green was the top number in that category. Doesn't always mean right, but it had the most highest number. The yellowish gold is second, and the red was the lowest number in that particular descriptive statistics. Over here was just the percentage of the number of operations that had that particular descriptive statistic. This is Montana. Did the same thing. As you see, the color coding stays pretty consistent based on the method, internally, contract, or USDA. Next, we did this for New York. We're going to really focus on New York for the rest of the presentation. One of our contributors to the paper is from New York, so we thought we'd focus on that. Same thing, number of operations, person's name, operation name, address. So for overall findings based on this just descriptive statistics was, the contractor frame had the highest percentage with any address, but this was a requirement placed upon the contractor of having to deliver a record to us. The USDA was ranked last in having any address. The USDA frame did not contain any websites. The USDA and internal frames had significantly more operations than the contractor frame for all the states except Missouri. The internal frame had the highest percentage of any phone at 86.7%, which was followed by the USDA frame at 49% and the contractor frame at 34%. Next, we're going to examine the frame overlap. This is where we're going to examine the 2- and 3-way overlaps and non-overlap across the 3 frames. We want to determine which records were captured by 2 of the frames and then 3 of the frames. And then we want to determine what records were unique to that particular frame and not captured by the other ones. This will be important if we want the largest sample possible. So first, we're going to look at the number and percent of operations that matched across the 2 frames. We have the 7 states on the left, and then we did the internal to contractor first, internal to USDA, and contractor to USDA. Let's focus on this bottom here, this bold part. This is the 7 states combined. There were 5,569 records that were on the internal list and the contractor list. But really what stands out, though, it's only 60% of our total internal found records, while it was almost 87% of the contractors. The other breakdowns, internal to USDA, 65 to 70 is close. Contractor to USDA, it's in the ballpark, 64 to 48. But we want the smaller percentage. That means there's more records possibly to sample from. Next, these are the operations that matched across all 3 frames, the internal, contractor, and USDA list. So in the 7 states, there were 3,868 records that were on all 3 frames. 42% of the internal frame, 60% of the contractor frame, and 45% of the USDA. As you see, Tennessee always drives up the numbers a lot because they do very good documentation of their hemp industry at the start. Now, unique records. Across the 7 states, internally, we were able to find almost 1,600 records. Contractor found 600 unique to their list, and the USDA at 2,314. The USDA frame had the most unique records across the 7 states compared to the other 2, and this is where bigger is better because these are possibly unique records that we could add. Now we're going to do a drill down view of the internal frame compared to the contractor frame. We broke out the internal frame into 2 groups. The operations have an industrial hemp grower's license, and then the operations classified as a non-grower and not having a grower's license. We're going back to the slide to New York. This is the same slide as earlier, but we're really going to focus here on the number of operations. So deep dive into New York. This is just a blown up of that line. Number of operations internally, we had 737. Contractor had 55. USDA 793. But when we did the breakdown, we were able to determine out of that 737 that 649 are industrial hemp growers. Just look at the difference to what the contractor was able to find there, only 55. So this is a little bit more summary here. The internal frame, these are operations with a grower's license compared to the contractor frame. We're going to look at New York again. There were 8 operations that were on the internal frame and the contractor frame. That's only 1% of our total industrial hemp that we found, but almost 15% of the contractors. And now this is the internal frame compared to the contractor frame, but these are the operations without a grower's license. Again, there were 37 records in New York, 42% of our total, 67% of the contractors. Next, we're going to look at the resources and costs by the three frames. For each frame, we determine the time needed for frame preparation and data cleaning. That is getting everything in the right formats I talked about before, phone numbers, addresses. Costs associated with obtaining and cleaning the data, and limitations or issues with those. And this is the frame comparison cost table. The three frames are listed on the left. We looked at cash expenses, 0 for, of course, internal USDA, where the contractor, that was the cost of the contract. The estimated NAS staff days it would cost to do that. The estimated time frame, and the estimated total cost. Now, this total cost includes all the time it takes to research the topic, keywords, the physically web scraping and web crawling, and the data cleanup. So this number also includes the GS staff salary and benefits for both the USDA and internal contractor. This was the cost of the initial cost of the cash expense plus the salary to clean up and things like that there, the NAS hours. So some recommendations. We're recommending that if we want something like this, use USDA sources when it's available for the initial development of a new survey frame. Then employ internal staff to enrich the addresses, the phone numbers, and add any additional operations to that USDA frame through web crawling and web scraping. And that's where the two-way, the three-way, and the unique records comes into play, because we want to add any particular unique records to the larger frame to have the greatest sample. And we want the most filled out data because, mentioned before, we don't know exactly which method we would like to contact these people, if it's going to be a mail survey, if it's going to be a phone survey. So we want as much and complete information as we can. But when we have a large web scraping, over 100,000 operations in less than 6 months, 9 months, we're going to need a contractor assistance for that. And any multiple websites containing over 2,000 operations per website, that's very hard and not easily scraped in-house. Some other recommendations are develop a standards document on internal web crawling and web scraping. Determine the keywords that you do want to search on. The best practices for web crawling and web scraping. Framework for building a list of websites to scrape. A framework for constructing a database of operations. How to find missing addresses and phone numbers quickly. And then the data cleanup, how to find, merge, and denote duplicate records, and how to find and remove those scraped operations not of interest. Then how to conduct a pilot web crawling, web scraping in-house to determine any other challenges and how best to resolve those before a web crawling scraping project occurs in a physical production environment. And thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll take them at the end. Thank you.
That was terrific. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, so now I want to invite all of our presenters to come on screen if you like. There's a few questions in the chat, so I'm just going to go ahead and start doling them out. And then if others want to comment too, we can do that too. So let's start with Caitlin. So are there any issues with your testing? You mentioned that you wanted to test the image use for effects from scrolling. Is it because you would expect some primacy effects for earlier images, even though it's a select alt apply that are immediately visible? Can you talk about scrolling in the layout of the screen and the images?
Sure. Yeah. So when we were talking about future interests, we mentioned scrolling really because we were interested in things like timing data to see, how many times or how long it takes per screen for people to go back up to the page, go down, unselect, select back. But I do really value that primacy effect of people just seeing the first image and saying, yep, we have that, cool, and then just clicking next. So
And moving on.
thanks for
Yeah. I
mentioning
mean,
that.
especially some of those were pretty complex. So I would imagine that would be, kind of nuanced work there. That's great. Thank you. Okay, Robin, you had a couple here. So in the future, you want to test a none of the above option for the select all. Relatedly, while I didn't see much item non-response in your results, do you think there's a response style for some respondents where they only check yeses in forced choice, but leave their intended no's as blank? Whoops, we can't hear you just yet. Nope, keep trying.
Can you hear me now?
There you are.
Okay, this was way up here. Getting used to the setup. Yes, thank you for those points. We did include a none of the above response option in our follow-up study for that select all group. So we'll be interested to see how that looks and if there are any differences compared to what we found in this first study. And I have heard there is some evidence in other research in the literature that some respondents will, in a forced choice format, they'll select yes and then leave the no's blank. We didn't see a lot of that in our study just because there wasn't overall much item missingness, but I think some survey takers do that. Our panelists are well versed in taking surveys, so they may not do that so much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then there was a second question. For the future directions, will there be more questions tested within each type to see if data quality changes as the interviewer goes longer? So I guess this is like a burden question.
Yes, so that follow-up study I alluded to, there's going to be 2 to 3 questions within each question type. So we'll get to see if this gets replicated with different types of questions, and we'll have more volume of data to see if we replicate the same findings. And as a result of that, the survey will take longer. So we will be able to see, towards the end, is some respondent fatigue setting in? Is there more satisficing? Do we see more item missingness or changes in data quality as the survey progresses? So great idea. Thank you for that.
That's super exciting. I had made a note when I was looking at your slides that this is a really well-organized experiment. So I hope your next round you use like the same sort of premise, but with more sample. That'd be really interesting.
Yes, I think we have 3,000
Oh, that's
participants in
excellent.
the next round
Can't
versus
wait.
only 1,000 for this one. So yeah, exciting.
Awesome. All right. Hey, Beth, you had a question too here. Any thoughts on showing examples or instructions in non-fixed length fields until the user clicks into the field? I wonder if your findings might suggest some hypotheses about how those help or harm data quality.
Right. We call that placeholder text. When there's a field and there's either like the faint gray specify, sometimes you'll see John Doe, sometimes you'll see like names in there. So there is some literature out there that says don't do that, because when you're scanning through, it almost looks like that field is answered. Mm-hmm. So at the Census Bureau, the group I'm involved in, we've actually discouraged the use of placeholder text just because of that reason. Now, there can always do more research, and maybe there's situations when it will work, right? Like sometimes it's just nuance, like when it does and doesn't work. But in general, we do not recommend placeholder text. And I don't know if it was clear or not, but the examples that the experiment that we did, you had to put your focus into the field to see any format. So it really just looked like blank, right? You were scanning down and it's just like a white field until you interacted with it. So you didn't see the format in there when you weren't even on the field, right? It just looked like a blank field.
Oh, that's interesting. Sometimes I see those questions will have like an instruction, right? Like start with the parenthesis or just enter the number or whatever. So I don't know if instructions would make a difference or if that's on the table.
I mean, the fact that we found success with the, format on the focus, I think we're moving in that direction.
Yeah.
You can always do more research for it, but in other instruction, I mean, when you don't need it, what we do always encourage though is a label, right? For the date and the time, and those types of things where you can flip the order.
Yeah, I would imagine, especially if you're doing like a multi-nation survey where date may not be in the same kind of format, right? Making that clear.
And
Yeah.
there's encouragement not to put the format as the in the field, right? Because once you click in that, then the format goes away. So we encourage the format to be above the field so it doesn't disappear on you.
Oh, interesting.
So a lot of little nuanced things that you can do to your fields to maybe help or slightly hinder data entry.
That's terrific. Thank you. All right. And then I had a question for you, Chad. You were taking a look at the various costs by the different methods that you were using, right? And I understand that the internal is kind of a sunk cost, right? Because it's a team that would be functioning anyway, right? But there is still some kind of like frame management that has to go into the creation and management of that, the maintenance of the frame, right? Can you talk a little bit about like how the frame is developed and maintained internally?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that is definitely an internally because that's a particular group inside of NAS. And we do the frame management for that particular survey and all our surveys. But for this one, we kind of did it in-house also. We used, SAS programs, Excels, things like that to get that frame the way we wanted. But for our bigger surveys, we do actually have a frame maintenance group. And that's when they're the ones responsible for adding people to our frame when we find new lists, either through web scraping or other methods. They maintain that right format. They keep it up to date, get rid of records that maybe aren't there anymore. So it's always a clean data set. So we do send out a sample of a survey. We hope to get the best results, not wasted money. We want actually people that are still in the farming industry.
Yeah, it's almost like critical infrastructure, right? This maintenance of this frame becomes its own issue or its own thing that has to be maintained. Yeah. Yeah. Terrific. That's great. Okay, so those are all of the questions from the chat and questions that I had preloaded. I wondered if the panelists had any questions for each other or anything that resonated in your talks that you might want to share. Okay.
I have, right before the session, I went and I read everyone's abstracts. I'm like, oh, Robin, Rachel Horowitz did something very similar and looked at forced choice and select all. So it would be great to connect and the results are similar. Yeah. So it takes more time, more yeses, right? So we had the same sort of suspicion of like for factual data, like what insurance do you have? What healthcare insurance do you have? Like people might know it and not have to necessarily say no to some things, right? They just want to select what they have. Or another example is like, what type of school does your child attend? And there's a whole bunch of different schools, right? That they might want to not do a lot of no's. So the low frequency items. But again, we still found more yeses for a low frequency, but you don't know if they're accurate, right? So it's an interesting problem.
Right. And if anyone has a good way where we can, like your study, you kind of gave them what you wanted them to input. If there's a way to do that elegantly where we know the true value and we can validate the answers, that would be extremely interesting. If anyone has ideas on how to do that, very tricky to do, but would be super interesting.
All right. Sort of last call. Any other comments or thoughts anyone wants to share? All right. Well, this has been delightful. Thank you all so much for bringing this together today. It was really nice to see some actual methods happening over the last couple of months. We've been kind of busy with other things, so this has been a real delight. I want to just point out that the next session starts at 2 o'clock, and you can log into that using the FedCASIC website or however it was that you accessed this one. And just thank all of our panelists again for being here today. This has been delightful. Thank you. Have a great day.
Welcome and thank you for standing by. Currently, all participants are in our listen-only mode. Today's conference is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now I'd like to turn the call over to your moderator for this session, Kenny Harrell.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Kenny Harrell, and this is session 2B, Data Quality. Thank you all for joining us. We have 4 excellent presentations coming your way. So without further ado, let's get started with the first one. From BLS, we have Andrew Capareso with a presentation titled Evaluating Impacts of Mischievous Reporting in Customer Satisfaction Survey Results. So take it away, Andrew. And Andrew, we do see your slides.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Hey, everybody, just a second.
There you go. Okay. And the slides were up and they looked good, and then they're gone, and now they're back.
Excellent. Good. Okay, well, thanks, Kenny. So, hi, everybody. I'm Andrew Capareso. I'm a research statistician at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Thanks for being here today, and happy Earth Day. The title of our talk is Evaluating the Impacts of Mischievous Reporting in Customer Satisfaction Survey Results. Thanks to my colleague, Gene Fox, who was instrumental in this effort. So I think we're all aware that the effects of kind of insincere, problematic, mischievous respondents on web survey data, web survey results. The effect of these types of respondents are very noticeable and threaten data quality in a number of different ways. Different studies find that these types of respondents affect their data in sort of unpredictable ways. A Pew study in 2020, they found that their bogus respondents tended to give more positive attitudes to opinion questions. And then in another interesting example, Lippman et al. Found that their respondents that they found were being insincere in their reporting were the only ones that reported drinking bleach during the pandemic in their study. And so their prevalence rate of people drinking bleach was non-zero, and that was only because the people who they found to not really be reporting sincerely were the ones that were reporting that behavior. So if you're not careful about what you do with these respondents, they can certainly affect your conclusions that you make about your survey findings. So Gene and I noticed many of these respondents, what we're calling mischievous reporters, in the BLS.gov website customer satisfaction survey data that we were using to evaluate one of BLS's data products, the Occupational Outlook Handbook. We noticed these cases while reviewing their open-ended responses to the survey. We were surprised to see so many because there's no real incentive to complete the survey. It's voluntary. We assume people realize it's easy to answer, easy to refuse to participate. And there's no incentive. So we were curious to take a closer look at these mischievous respondents to understand their impact on the data, and that's where we are today. So we had 3 research questions. I'll put the answers here just briefly for those who might want to know right away. So do respondents who provide mischievous responses to open-ended questions respond differently to other questions than those who provide valid responses? We found yes. And so what is the impact of the mischievous responses on the survey results? In our case, it was not substantial. And what should we do about these mischievous respondents? Let's discuss. So here's some information about the survey we're collecting data for. This is the BLS Customer Satisfaction Survey, which is administered through the GSA's Touchpoint tool. It's 11 questions. There's two ways to respond. You either randomly sampled with a website pop-up that occurs for about 1% of page visitors, and then there's a user-initiated way to participate with an help improve this site button that's always present on the survey webpage. And our sample includes about 8,800 responses from OOH visitors between April and October of 2024. About 3/4 of them come from the random pop-up, 23% from the user-initiated sample. So this is just an image of the user-initiated button that people can click at any time. This is always available on the website. I spent a long time surfing the website to get the pop-up to show up so I get a screenshot of it to show you all. But of course, when I wanted it to appear, it did not. I think everyone's probably aware of this. If you ever visited a government website, these things pop up pretty quick. And they ask you to participate. There's an X if you don't want to participate. So those are the two methods people got into the survey. So here are relevant survey questions. So the first one that we used to identify our mischievous reporters was an open-ended question. Simply asked, do you have any suggestions for improvements to the BLS website? And the outcomes that we're looking at that we're seeing are predicted by mischievous reporters are these 5 attitudinal rating scales that measure satisfaction with the website, ease of use, ease of navigating, relevance of search results, and trust in the BLS. So these are all 5-point Likert scales that are presented discretely. And here's an example of one on the page for the question 1. So just take a step back. The goal of what Jean and I were trying to do was to find actual feedback among all of the non-blank responses to that open-ended question. So each of us coded about half of the 2,600 non-blank responses, and we coded them into 10 categories that I'll show on the next slide, 6 of which we considered valid responses and 4 of which we considered mischievous or problematic. And just to show, we did some double coding and got 70% reliability. Then we reconciled in our methods, and we had a much higher kappa score with our coding after that. Okay, so here's the high-level summary of our coding results. Each of the rows represents one of those 10 categories, and the 6 on top are our valid response categories, and the 4 on bottom are our mischievous ones. And then these are the proportion of these types of responses that come from each of the types of samples, whether they're sampled or user-initiated. So I'll walk through this a little more carefully. So first thing to note are the 10 categories. I just mentioned that. 6 valid, 4 mischievous. And on the right are proportion of each of the type of comment that came from each sample source. So at the bottom, I show the 70% of all the comments or all the responses came from the sample group, 23% came from the user-initiated group. If the two groups were the same, we'd expect all the rows to reflect this overall distribution, but this is not the case. The user-initiated group was overrepresented in 3 categories, constituting the 3 categories that constituted relevant feedback. They were even more likely to write no comment than to leave the item blank. The one exception to that is that the sample group was much more likely to complain about being sampled for the survey too early, which makes sense because that pop-up is not programmed to wait until you're done with your visit. It'll show up at any time. So 2 other things to note. Most of the respondents left the question blank, about 6,000 out of the 8,000, and 785 of the comments were relevant and actionable overall, the kind that we were looking for. So in summary, here's the overall proportion of mischievous response by sample group. About 17% of the user-initiated group was flagged as mischievous based on their open-ended response, compared with just 4% of the sampled group. So the difference here kind of suggests that the mischievous respondents are out there exploring the opt-in button that we showed a few slides ago, that they are deciding to click in and now provide helpful information. So for the rest of the presentation, I'm going to combine these 2 groups, and that's what's showed in the right. So overall, it's about 6.5% of the sample we flagged as mischievous. Okay, so on to our research questions. Do respondents who provide mischievous responses to question 11 respond differently to the other questions than those who provide valid responses? Okay, so here's a lot of bars. I'll walk through it with you. So here are the distributions of question 1, the satisfaction question, by the quality of their open-ended response. The distributions vary significantly by the comment category, which we have our 10 categories here in the columns. And the same is true for the other 4 attitudinal items that we reviewed. So I'm just going to talk about this first question here. So a few interesting observations. It's good to see that sentiment tended to correspond with their satisfaction scores. So if they gave negative feedback in their open-ended response, they tended to also give a negative rating to their satisfaction. Similarly, if they said something positive, they were more likely to give a positive response. And also the people that were surveyed too early were much more likely to give a negative or a neutral response. So these are our valid categories over here. You can see on the right are our mischievous categories, and the distributions look a little different. Most notably, they're more likely to use this this most extreme negative response of very dissatisfied. We'll get a little bit more into that in a second. Okay. So these are just the other questions. The results are pretty similar. Okay, so these are the differences in the overall means for the 5 attitudinal items by mischievous status or valid status. So as you can see, what I'm calling the mischievants have substantially and significantly lower means than the non-flagged respondents. And I'll come back to this finding shortly. So we also looked for evidence of problematic reporting patterns like extreme reporting, midpoint reporting, and straight lining. And of these 3 metrics, just extreme reporting varied significantly by mischief status. Mischievous respondents were significantly more likely to use the extreme negative response option on the attitudinal scales. Conversely, non-mischievous respondents were significantly more likely to use the extreme positive side, which I think reflects that overall generally the satisfaction scores tended to trend to the positive end, but not for our mischievous respondents. Okay, so what is the impact of the mischievous responses on the survey results? Okay, so back to the overall means. You can see here, if you look at the overall mean compared to the mean excluding the mischievous respondents, the differences are basically within a rounding error of one another. They're not significant. So while the 2 groups have significantly different mean scores, the mischievous group was small enough that they really did not impact the overall ratings that we observed. That is further emphasized in this point, which just shows the count of the number of respondents in each of our quality, our open-ended coding quality groups. You can see that by and large, most of the respondents did not provide a comment, then a few wrote no comment, then here are people that provided actionable feedback, and then these other groups are very small. And so their ability to impact the data was not substantial. So what should we do about mischievous respondents? So of course, it very much depends on your particular resource, your particular study, what you think you should do. So our observations that you should consider your sample, your source, and your method, and your kind of topic, and ask yourself if these invite mischievous respondents. I was surprised by seeing so many in our population, because we didn't offer, like I mentioned before, we didn't offer an incentive or any reason for them to come in and provide bad data. And so so I expect if there was incentive that maybe that rate would increase. But also I speculate a little bit that this, our population is for this data product is largely a student population, and maybe they're just more likely to be bored on their particular assignment and click through and try and do the survey when they should be actually doing their homework. So we think it's always a good idea to find and quantify your mischievous respondents. As you can see, if they have largely different views than your quote unquote valid responses, then they could potentially affect your overall scores. In our case, it wasn't that way because they were a small proportion, but you can imagine if they grow in size, they could affect the validity of your responses, of your conclusions. In our study, we only had the one detection method, which was the open-ended responses, which were very helpful, but also time-consuming to review. And certainly, the more metrics you can get to find these respondents, the better. And certainly, you want to consider your kind of analytic research objectives. If you're doing a cross-sectional analysis of a point in time, it's kind of up to you whether to exclude or include these respondents. If you're doing longitudinal research where you're measuring points over time, if you make a decision to remove them, you might see a change in your point estimates, and that might be just the effect of deciding to exclude them at a certain point. And so they should be more careful, I think, with longitudinal research to keep your approach consistent across waves, to not introduce any change in estimates that might not actually be valid. And so I'll talk a little more about qualitative analysis on the next slide. So what did we do? So we kept the mischievous respondents in our estimates, like we noted before. Their mean ratings were only marginally higher. The mean ratings were only marginally higher when we excluded them. And the effort of reviewing the open-ended responses, which is what we were doing anyway, since we were evaluating the survey, that kind of naturally eliminated these cases from our review, because we were actually using those open-ended responses to pull all the feedback together and generate some suggestions for how the OOH might improve itself in the future. So we considered the purpose of the survey in our analysis. There was also a lot of effort to evaluate these open-ended responses, and so I think next time we'd be confident not doing this effort and just assuming the mischievous rate is probably relatively low, but we might check a random sample of our full sample of responses to confirm that the rate is not kind of larger than we expect. And if it is, then maybe we go in and take a closer look to see if there's some treatment that needs to be applied. Okay, so final thoughts for our customer satisfaction survey. The mischievous respondents showed a different pattern of responding, but the overall impact was negligible. It took a lot of effort to identify the mischievous respondents, that if we weren't reviewing those open-ended responses anyway, it would have constituted a large additional effort to clean the data. And I'm sure as large language models and advances in AI improve, it'll be a lot easier to review these open-ended responses and flag ones that are more problematic. And we didn't have time to explore this option rigorously, but it's certainly obviously a tool that will be valuable to use moving forward. Okay, well, thank you very much for your attention. Have a great rest of your FedCASIC. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Andrew. Before we go on to the next presenter, just wanted to tell you to everybody in the audience, if you haven't attended a session yet, there, at least in the web app, sorry, not the web app, the app, there is a Q&A button in the right. If you'd like to submit any questions, we'll cover all the questions at the end. Feel free to submit your questions with that Q&A button at the end. If you can, remember to just say, in this case, for Andrew, so that at the end, I'm not trying to figure out which presenter it's actually for. So with that said, we will go on to our next presenter, and thank you again, Andrew. Our next presenter is, we asked humans to rate their trust in autonomous systems, and AI answered. So that's the presentation. The presenter is Catherine Ballard from the NASA Langley Research Center. So take it away, Catherine.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm Catherine Ballard from NASA Langley Research Center. This is my first time attending here, and I wish I had previously before we started this research thread that I'll be talking about today, where my colleagues and I wanted to ask people to rate their trust in autonomous systems and found that AI answered. Okay, so brief outline on what I'll be going over today, a little bit of background on the context of our survey, which is human autonomy teaming, a little bit about our scale development process for our Human Autonomy Trust survey. We did a pilot testing, and so that's kind of the main focus. I'll talk about that and look at some of the data quality and our suspected AI-generated answers and responses, and wrap up with our lessons learned and what our next steps are going to be. So what is human autonomy teaming? It's this idea that humans and these increasingly autonomous systems work and think better together. And this has been identified as a key challenge, a key research area to enable NASA's Advanced Air Mobility mission, which is this sort of idea of a future airspace where there's things like drones, air taxis, transporting goods and people in all sorts of environments. And there's not always going to be pilots in these drones or air taxis. They might be on the ground and they'll have to work with these systems. And just like trust is an important part of human-human teams, as I'm sure we've all experienced in at work, at home, elsewhere, trust is also a big part of human autonomy teams. And so how do we measure that? Of course, it's a construct with a lot of options for measures that are out there right now. My colleagues are human factor psychologists, so they're sort of more the experts on the trust. But what they've said is that some of these measures have limitations, and that so our goal together has been to validate very vigorously a questionnaire that's based in theory of trust. So that's the context. That's our goal. And so we wanted to follow as best we could the kind of traditional pipeline of scale development. Start in the literature. What does it say about human trust? What are the gaps? What are the current measures? And how can we improve those? So we started there and then generated a ton of items that we could and did some pilot testing of our initial item pool. That's sort of as far as we got, so we'll focus on that today. But our goal was to do factor analysis, revise items, drop items, the whole shebang, do more data collection, confirmatory factor analysis, look at reliability, validity, end up with a survey with a bow on it that we could just use for human autonomy trust. The pictures there are some example items. So the GPS always provides the directions I require to get me to where I want to go. It's one example, and they're all on the 7-point Likert scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree. And we had GPS with driving around, finding your way around. We had cruise control. We asked about AI tool use and if they had familiarity with it, to tell us what kind of tools they use and maybe what kind of tasks they would use it with. And so we had a bunch of different items getting at kind of different aspects of trust. A little bit more about the logistics of our pilot testing. So we used Google Forms to administer it. It ended up being about 125 items. It sounds like maybe a lot or not a lot. I'm not sure what everyone is used to, but that seemed like a lot for us. But it was sort of repetitive that we could replace GPS with a different autonomous tool and sort of replace your context and your task. And so it was sort of a template format where you could input what you needed. And so there was a bit of repetitiveness in there, but and then we also had some demographic questions. To recruit participants, to pay our participants, we used Amazon's Mechanical Turk. We shot for about 400 US adults. Again, to me, that sounds like a lot, but maybe it's not a lot of data for everyone else. But we wanted that much to be able to do the factor analysis. You just need a lot of data there. And we also wanted the workers to have good approval rating of their previous tasks, just to increase the data quality. So my group has used MTurk in the recent past with success to pretty quickly and relatively cheaply get a lot of data. And so of course it's an online survey. You get mischievous responses or bots or carelessness. So we incorporated some of the recommended practices to improve participant attentiveness. For example, we sprinkled in these attention check items. For this question, please select 1 or please select 5 below. So there were several of those sprinkled throughout. And then we also put kind of a warning in the initial instructions saying, we're going to monitor your responses. And if we see anything fishy, we're not going to pay you. We also wanted to make sure it was limited to around 15 minutes to complete. And the Google Forms had a progress bar just to make sure that everyone knew how much time was left and that they could, stick around if they were almost done and to improve attrition. So those were some of the ways that we tried to kind of boost the data quality. And so we were able to collect data earlier this year pretty quickly, and I was excited to get my hands on it and start looking through it, do some data cleaning. I started with, standard checks of the data. Are there duplicate IDs, duplicate responses? How many people failed those attention checks or just didn't respond? I looked at patterns in the response data. We saw something like this, just 6, 7, 6, 7 back and forth every time, or straight lining, sevens across the board. And so these were all flagged and somewhat expected to happen on occasion with this kind of survey. What I didn't expect, and maybe what I should have expected, but didn't know to look for, was these short answer responses that seem to be copy and pasted right from an AI chatbot. So, we had several kind of short answer responses that were like, name the make and model of the car you were driving with GPS, or please input the AI tool. That's the one example here. So there were maybe 4 of these and 400 people. That's, over 1,000 of these to read. And I initially wasn't planning on doing that, but as I saw responses like this, I knew I had to read every single short answer. And so I did that. And I'll be getting into kind of that in the next slide, but I also wanted to note that there were some other flags that we saw, like non-US location kind of flags. What kind of car do you drive? And it would be something I didn't recognize. And I Googled it, it was, some sort of foreign car only made and sold in other countries. So that was one example. Or if someone said they used the AI tool for math, not, how Americans say that. So we didn't kind of try to put any location tricks or traps in there, but we kind of flagged some of those responses. But yeah, the AI responses like this below, as an AI language model, I don't use tools, but here's some more information. And it's this huge thing that could have just been, a couple words of what tool they use. So this got me to looking at every single response. And I started to notice some patterns and kind of bin things into 3 different levels of AI generated response. So of course, this first level is very obviously like it says, I am based on this technology, or as an AI, I don't drive. As an AI, I don't use tools, but here's more information. So that's very easy to flag. The next level would be responses that at least sound like they're from the perspective of a human. I would use this tool to help me with research tasks, gathering information, or summarizing articles, or generating ideas, or answering questions, or learning new skills, or providing explanations, or managing a list of tasks or to-dos, keeping track of deadlines, organizing projects. And I read all of these and I kept getting this pattern of like lists of 3 and these like verb noun, like managing this, doing that, and a lot of the same words and phrases and structure coming up. And so these sort of long answers, of course, too, don't sound very, very human. And they're not very specific. It's not like doing something for homework or at work, I need to do this, or anything too specific. So this is all kind of suspicious. And then that kind of calls into question these short, innocuous sounding responses just because of the phrases and words and like the verb tense that was used. And so even these, short little responses that seem fine, like, yeah, I'd use it to summarize an article, but it's just the way that it's written kind of calls into question a lot of responses. And so, like I said, I wasn't expecting this, but in the literature out there, others have seen this and have gone to the AI tools themselves and used it as a reference to help pick up on this. So that's what we did. Here's just a couple examples. So if we put in our short answer prompt into one of these tools with kind of no extra prompting, you get sort of that top level like AI perspective. Oh, I'm Microsoft Copilot, da 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 da. Or next, we then tried to tweak the prompt a little bit to say, well, now imagine you are an Amtrak worker completing a survey. How would you answer these questions? And then you do get, a much shorter answer. So that was one example. Here's another one, name the task you would use this tool to help you with. Again, when you don't add any extra prompting, you kind of get that very long list of tools, and it's kind of from the perspective of the chatbot. Whereas if you add in, imagine you're a worker and you're doing this, it definitely shortens the response and it makes it sound a little bit more human, but the content, the words and phrasing keeps popping up in the same kind of way. So after going through all the responses, kind of cross-referencing here and there, I ended up binning the data like this. Out of 400-ish responses, I really only suspect 89 to be kind of human. 85 were definitely suspected AI tool use. And then the remaining 217 were either duplicates, failed attention checks, there were patterns in the responses, gibberish short answers. And now I kind of want to go back and look at if there's mischievous answers in there too. But anyway, majority of the data unusable. And a sample size of 89, again, not ideal for factor analysis where we want hundreds to be able to see if there are, structures in the survey. So this was not great. We weren't expecting this. We, knew there'd be some data that we'd have to lop off, but 89 was not ideal, so we had to kind of pivot. And so we do plan to collect some in-person data this summer to supplement this, not only on our full item pool, but then try to reduce that down and get secondary data collection in person, which is, costly. It takes more time, but I think that's the route we'll have to go. So lessons learned and some of our next steps. So our big lesson was MTurk viability in survey development is kind of questionable. Like I said, our team has used this in the recent past, and they found it to be a pretty reliable method. You could kind of catch bots with the inattentiveness checks, plus please select one below that kind of used to trap bots, but not anymore. And we used, these recommended methods for improved data quality. But even with all of that, we still only decided to keep 89 responses. And these AI tools, like we've heard over and over today, these large language models are advancing every day. How can you weed out any AI generated responses? Like the location thing I mentioned, if you want to try to get only people from Pennsylvania to answer a survey, you could show them a picture of a sandwich and ask if they call it a sub or a hoagie and like try to kind of get people to elicit a certain response. Like, could you do something like that with AI? And that made me think of an example, I saw go viral that an AI chatbot couldn't count the number of R's in the word strawberry, that it kept saying there was 2, but there's 3. And so you could use something like that, but once it goes viral, they kind of put a Band-Aid on that and it doesn't do that anymore. So I think that's kind of tricky. Basically, our conclusion was you can't really guarantee human responses from something like MTurk, and maybe reconsider it if it's something you really need human responses for. And as conclusion, it's a bummer. Like I've heard from colleagues that a lot of grad students use MTurk. A lot of our own research from 5 years ago, we've used it, and so it's not great to hear. But we kind of pivoted and we kind of started to think, what if we embrace LLMs, as is the trend now? What can we do with large language models? So there's actually a lot of kind of new research going on for automated item generation using LLMs, and that would totally reduce time, reduce cost of generating things. And there's even automated item like responses and exploratory graph analysis to do the structuring of like a factor analysis. So this stuff is kind of out there that you can use AI to maybe help, maybe not replace your pipeline of traditional scale development, but kind of support it where you need or get you in the ballpark. And so that's something that we're going to be looking into. And I'll leave on some actual data. So here is a plot of our GPS trust items. And they're colored by suspected AI tool use in kind of dark gray and the suspected human use in blue. So we have several items. Top left is general trust, and then there are several kind of performance-based items. There's process of how the GPS works. There's purpose of like why it does what it does, and then there's sort of some alternative purpose, and then the last 5 are distrusts, which we included as sort of a check on the validity, since trust and distrust are similar concepts, but they should have different, they shouldn't totally be related. So I think what's pretty interesting is the distributions across these responses are very similar across the top row, across the first half of the bottom row. And then once you get to distrust, the distributions are different. The suspected humans have more answers on the lower end. So they distrust the AI tool or the GPS less. And so that's kind of an interesting thread to pull on, and that's something that we'll be looking at next. And that is all for me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Catherine. That was very interesting. And I'll have to reconcile my obsolescence as a survey respondent after that presentation. So while I'm doing that, I'm going to pass it over to Dave Tuttle for his presentation, which is Dr. Strange Sample, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Alias Email Addresses. And Dave comes to us from the Census Bureau. Thanks, Dave. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Kenny. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Thank God. Okay, thanks everybody for attending our session. And I'm going to talk today about alias email addresses. And before I go on, I'd like to just acknowledge the assistance of my co-author, Casey Eggleston. And it's not clear. There we go. Okay. So let me start by explaining what an alias email address is, if you're not familiar with the concept. So various email providers will let users hide or change their email addresses. And then when they send emails and get responses, those responses are forwarded to their normal inboxes. And there's various reasons that people might use an alias. They may want to protect their privacy. They may want to make it easier to find emails in their inbox or filter out spam and things like that. And so we're going to actually focus on two types of alias email addresses: masked addresses and modified addresses. So let me start by explaining what a masked address is. And these come, at least for our talk today, these come primarily from iCloud. So the use case is, let's say you were subscribing to a newspaper or something like that. You're asked to provide your email address. And if you are an Apple user with an iCloud account, then you'll get this pop-up that says it offers to hide your email. And if you go that route, then it will automatically generate a unique email address based on combinations of random words and characters in kind of, at least as far as we can tell, pretty specific formats. And it will use this in place of your actual email. That is, you'll provide this alias to, to whoever it is you're providing your address to. And they can send an email to that and it'll get back to you. And it's just a way for you to keep your real email address private. And then the second alias type that we are considering is a modified address. And so lots of services, Gmail and others, will allow a user to modify their existing address on the fly. So for example, here, if I was creating an account with the American Association of Public Opinion Research, and they asked me to provide my email address, I can put in my address and then modify it with a plus and then some other text. So I've got, instead of davetuttle@email.com, Dave Tuttle plus apor@email.com. And they can send something to that address and it'll come to me. And the advantage of a modified address is because it makes it easier to find emails from specific senders in your inbox. So considering that our web surveys are so reliant on email invitations more and more as time goes on, should we care about alias email addresses? Well, to explore this question, we compared responses from alias and non-alias email addresses in two surveys. And what we learned was that there may be differences both in response behaviors and demographic characteristics, which I will get into. Let me first explain kind of the studies, the surveys we relied on. So starting with a household pulse survey, which lots of people are probably familiar with Household Pulse. It was kind of a milestone project set up by a coalition of federal statistical agencies early in the COVID pandemic as a way to, as the name implies, kind of take the pulse of the country and see how people were doing through the pandemic. It was a monthly household survey with a pretty large sample, tens of thousands of responses every cycle. And we were able to embed a question at the end of the Pulse survey asking people if they would be willing to participate in future surveys from the Census Bureau. And so we took kind of the most recent people who said yes to that question from last summer when the household pulse was fielded, and we brought them into our Census Bureau research panel, which is a voluntary panel that we use for methodological research. And so of those people who opted in last summer, in December, we sent them an invitation to take our research panel survey. So we fielded a survey to do things like to compare alternative versions of questions, also to like kind of compare alternative sequences of similar questions, and using time on page pair data to kind of look at relative burden for one way of assembling a sequence of questions over another. Respondents' behaviors related to using digital payments and things like that. And we noticed alias addresses among our research panel survey respondents. And so that raised the question of whether the respondents who provided an alias email address were different from those who didn't. So we went into our sample and we identified the masked addresses, which all came from iCloud users, and modified addresses, which came from Gmail and others. And these were ones that, as I showed you early on, these were email addresses that we were pretty confident were an alias because they followed some standard formats. And so we compared the responses from the alias email address respondents and the non-aliases, both in the household pulse survey and in the research panel survey. And so I'm going to talk about our results in terms of response rates and the success of delivering email invitations and demographic characteristics. So just keep in mind, this research panel is an opt-in panel. The survey was voluntary. And when you drill down and when you see the number of alias email address respondents we identified, we're talking about pretty small numbers. And these are self-selected respondents who agreed to participate in a research survey from the Census Bureau. So we don't think their motivations are necessarily going to be the same as your typical household respondents or the range of motivations you would see if it was a representative survey. We probably didn't identify all of the alias email addresses in our sample, but we have a pretty solid chunk of them. The statistics I present, we haven't done any testing, so these are just descriptive statistics. And just to complicate things further, I had to round our data. They may look a little funny because of our disclosure avoidance policies. So let's jump in. First, looking at response differences. In terms of response rates and progress through this survey. So complete and partial responses, the complete responses are defined as the respondent at least reached the household income question, which is the last substantive item towards the end of our survey. So they at least received that question, whether they answered or not, we counted them as a complete. And progress through the survey, progress is defined by Qualtrics. So it means that a respondent at least passed a certain number of questions out of the total number of questions of the survey. Whether or not they received all of them, for example, they could have, if they indicated they didn't have any children, then they would not have received questions about children. But if they passed that section of questions, then those would have been counted in their progress. And so let's start at the bottom, looking at the total and the non-alias addresses, because you can see the vast number of respondents in the research panel did not have an alias address. So with those respondents, we're looking at about a 33.5% response rate and progress through the survey on average about 92.5%. So if you go up a line and you look at the modified address users, they seem to have had a higher than the baseline response rate of over 42%, and progress through the survey on average 97%. whereas the masked addresses on the top line, lower response rates, lower progress through the survey. And I think this you'll see this sets up a pattern that will continue as we look at the other items we assessed. So next, let's look at item missingness and break-off rates. So for item non-response, we're just looking at that household income item, which was the one, as you probably would not be surprised to hear, that had the highest item non-response rate. For the non-alias responses, that was about a 1% item missingness rate. Interestingly, the alias respondents with the either masked or modified addresses, nobody did not answer that question, which is reassuring. And then looking at the breakoffs, the non-aliases had about 11.3% breakoff rate, at some point through the survey. In comparison, the modified addresses, we had to show less than 15, but really here we're looking at one breakoff from the modified addresses group, or a rate of about 3.6%. Whereas the masked addresses had about a quarter of them broke off at some point through the survey. So again, we're seeing maybe better responses from the modified addresses and not as good responses from the masked addresses compared to the non-alias respondents. And looking at the outcomes of delivery of the invitation emails, the non-aliases had just over 500 email failures and bounce backs at a rate of about 1.8%. With the modified address respondents, again, this was one respondent who had a failure, but it indicates a rate of about 1.5%. And a one masked address respondent also had an email failure, but because there were a larger number of them, perhaps a lower failure rate of 0.9%. And as I showed you earlier, the masked addresses, at least produced by iCloud's Hide My Email, it automatically generates an email for you that it can populate into the field, whereas with the modified addresses, they actually are entering those themselves, even if it's a modified address. And insofar as overall, most of the email failures seem to be the result of typos in people providing us an email address, then that would suggest that with the masked addresses, maybe because it's automatically populated, that might make the provision of those email addresses more reliable. So now I'm going to shift to differences in demographic characteristics. And I'm going to start comparing both the household pulse responses and the research panel survey responses. And when we look at mean age by alias status, overall what we see is that a mean age in all of these cells was early to mid 50s, with the notable exception of the modified address respondents to the research panel survey seem to be substantially younger on average than the other masked address users and the non-alias users. There's an interesting finding there. Now, from here on out, I'm going to show you tables that look like these. So let me just point out the first two clusters of columns on the left are the non-alias respondents from the household pulse survey and the research panel survey. And then similarly to the right, those are the alias respondents from household pulse and from the research panel survey. And when we look at employment status, it seems like the respondents who provided email or alias email addresses may be more likely to have a job than the non-alias providers. Similarly, when we look at education status, you'll note that this the second group of columns, the non-alias respondents to the research panel survey, they had the highest, or they tended more than the other groups towards the higher end of the educational scale. But when you look to the two groups at the right, the alias or respondents from the household pulse and from the research panel survey also tended to be at the higher end of the educational scale than kind of the sort of baseline of all of the respondents, judging by their responses to the household pulse survey. Now, if you look at here, looking at sex by email status, female versus male, the non-alias clusters to the right, that's probably a familiar distribution. I think for most surveys, we're used to seeing slightly more or somewhat more female respondents to male respondents. But when we look at the alias users, those seem to be far and away more likely to be male than female who are using an alias email address. And similarly with household income, the alias email respondents seem much more likely to be at the higher end of the household income scale. And lastly, we'll look at household size by alias status. And with this item, there doesn't seem to be much of a story here. The distributions don't look that different, but maybe we could tease out some differences if we had a larger sample. So let me just summarize what I just showed you. Overall, the users of alias email addresses may be more likely to be male, higher educated, and have higher household incomes. Looking at just the masked email address users, they may be less likely to respond. And maybe that's because if they're using a masked address, they're more privacy minded. Maybe they're more sensitive to questions they may not want to answer, like household income. But they may also be more likely to have reliable email addresses. And looking at the modified email address users, they may be more likely to respond. They may also be younger. So we think this merits further research. And so going forward, we would like to do kind of a more thorough survey of our entire sample of that we got from the household pulse survey, and try to identify as many of the alias email addresses as we can and replicate these analyses. And consider also expanding our sample to include email domains that are ostensibly used because they offer privacy and security features like Mozilla or Proton Mail and things like that. So I appreciate your time and look forward to any questions or comments you have. And if you haven't seen Dr. Strangelove, then shame on you. Put that on your to-do list for the summer. Thanks very much.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Dave. Very good presentation. And again, a reminder for anybody who has questions, you can go ahead and drop them now in the Q&A section and put yourself at the top of the list, and I will get to them after our final presentation, which is coming up right now. That is Peter Leeds, who will be presenting on the use of MTurk samples in the development and validation of a U.S. Census Bureau personnel selection tool. And you may not be surprised after hearing that title that Peter comes to us from the Census Bureau. So take it away, Peter.
Yes, thank you for attending our session. We're going to be looking at almost a follow-along to Catherine Ballard's study on MTurk and how it has some issues that you might want to be aware of before using it. Again, use of MTurk samples in the development and validation of census personnel selection tool is the name of our presentation. These are my colleagues. I'm the blurry one in the center. We have Troy Brightson as our director. That's me, J. Peter Leeds in the middle, and Kiana Beckles on the far right. We all contributed to the development of this effort, and we'd like to tell you about it because we think it has some important implications. A little bit of agenda. We're going to tell you the purpose, why we did this study, and the rationale. Going to go over our concerns that we had and that we're trying to address when we did the study, some general research questions that we were trying to answer, the methods that we used, and results and findings, of course, and some serendipitous findings that you may find interesting if you're considering using MTurk. So the U.S. Census Bureau, as many of you know, hire tens of thousands of census takers. They're called enumerators now, and those individuals need supervisors. So in addition to the census takers, we have to have very large numbers of supervisors to supervise those folks. So we engage in a very large hiring effort to select supervisors. And historically, what we've used to select them is an occupational questionnaire where we ask them questions about their prior supervisory experience. And based on the amount of supervisory experience, they get a score, and they're hired based on that score. Unfortunately, due to some internal research that we conducted, it turns out that the questionnaire that we used evidenced some adverse impact against protected classes, specifically Hispanic folks and Asian folks who did not have that much of an opportunity to have been a supervisor. So the occupational questionnaire was found to be guilty of adverse impact against those protected classes. Our goal here in the Human Resources Department of Census was to do some research and find alternative questions that could be asked of these potential supervisors in a way that was both valid and did not evidence the adverse impact. So we engaged in a study to try to develop new items in order to measure supervisory potential as opposed to supervision directly. So we were looking for the precursors of supervision, whether or not you were, say, a Cub Scout leader or someone who leadership reached out to for guidance and information. What are the harbingers of supervision is what we were looking for. So we had to conduct a study to try to develop these items, and hence we embarked on this research of developing an alternative occupational questionnaire for selecting census supervisors, and that was our purpose and rationale. So what is adverse impact? It's simply a disparity in the selection rates of protected class members compared to the majority group members. If the selection ratio for minority group members is less than 80% that of the selection ratio of majority group members, we have a textbook definition of adverse impact, and it's illegal unless you can show the instrument is valid, and it's not fair. So the Census Bureau itself decided they did not want to do that and wanted to find fair but yet valid selection tools. So that was the problem. Adverse impact is illegal unless you can show that the instrument is valid. We wanted both fair and valid instruments for hiring census supervisors. Again, our concerns were fairness and bias in assessment. The uniform guidelines speak to the need for having valid and fair assessments that are free from adverse impact. And one of the ways you ensure that an instrument is free from adverse impact is you make sure that the items work properly. So we were very interested in differential item functioning, meaning do the items garner different response patterns depending on the protected class that one happens to be in, women, minority, the various other protected classes, sexual identification was also a protected class. So we wanted to make sure that the items on our experimental version of this occupational questionnaire would be fair and unbiased, but also they needed to be predictive of supervisory performance. In short, they needed to have criterion related validity or test validity, the degree to which the instrument predicts or is associated with performance on the job. We had a lot of guidance as to how to do that because the occupational questionnaire is in fact a biodata tool, and there's a lot of research on the predictive validity of biodata. So when we were developing items, we looked to that literature for guidance on how to develop effective occupational questionnaire items that could be used to select these folks. So those two concerns were predominant. We had a couple of hypotheses. We wanted to develop new items with less bias. The items had to have a positive correlation with job performance. They needed to be legally defensible by not showing adverse impact or differential item functioning, because we wanted an instrument that was fair. And we wanted the scales that we developed, meaning sets of items that measure about the same thing, needed themselves to also show no adverse impact. It's not enough that items on an instrument or test be free from differential item functioning, but when we assemble the scale, it too needed to be free from differential item functioning and also correlated with job performance. Now, here's where we conducted the study of interest. We were looking at using samples of census employees, but that turned out to be administratively onerous. So we turned to Mechanical Turk, MTurk, for our research sample. We got a budget of about $25,000 to do this study, much cheaper than what it would have been if we used internal census employees. But that required running through some hurdles, administrative hurdles, to get census to use MTurk for the first time in personnel research. So that presented some interesting problems, and I'll tell you about how that turned out shortly. We used a panel study where we wanted to gather up a large number of MTurk workers, identify their demographic characteristics, and once we had this data from them at stage one in one survey, we call it the screening survey, where we collected their demographics and their supervisory experience, and we cherry-picked from among this group in order to achieve racial, ethnic, sexual diversity, because the MTurk samples are notoriously white male. But given that we reached out to 10,000 MTurk workers and had them fill out a screening survey, we gathered their demographic information, and from there we cherry-picked in order to get a diverse sample of invitees, where we invited them at stage two and oversampled from them and administered the full survey to them. Now, the survey was the occupational questionnaire with its 100 experimental items. We gave them 50 cents to do the screening survey and $5 to do the full occupational questionnaire survey. So that put us in a unique position to see what and how their responses changed from time one to time two. We had their demographics at time one, and we collected those demographics at time two, approximately 3 weeks later, and we analyzed those data. Yeah, analyze those data. There we go. Just to give you a flavor for what some of these items looked like and how adverse impact and differential item functioning worked. Here is an example of an actual item. Have you ever assumed leadership roles in team projects or initiatives? This is one of the precursors to supervision, not quite supervision, but if you answered in the affirmative to that item, we could assume that you may have had some supervisory experience. We were looking for differential item functioning in this case, and these are actual data. We see that males and females had very different response distributions, and if there is too much of a difference in the response distributions, the item is considered to show differential item functioning, or diff. We evaluated these with a series for each item of chi-square tests to see if there was any, hopefully, independence between protected class membership and item performance. And we used Kramer's V as the measure of effect size, set a criteria of 0.15, and all items were rejected if they did not show freedom from differential item functioning. Those response patterns need to be reasonably similar for each one of the 11 protected classes that we were examining for each one of the 100 items. So it was a pretty rigorous procedure of taking the 100 items and whittling them down based on their failure on this criteria, but not only this criteria, we were also looking at differential item prediction. We collected from each one of the respondents a variable determining whether or not they were in fact a supervisor previously or were not a supervisor. And also, if they were a supervisor, what was their self-disclosed level of supervisor performance? So we had a measure of supervisor performance from each of the respondents. It's self-reported, grant you. And we had their responses on the items. We were looking to see, were there differences in the predictive potential of each item in its ability to predict job performance. And we wanted to make sure that each item predicted job performance Similarly, across the protected classes, this is an actual item, actual data, and we see here that the regression lines for Black folks and white folks were significantly different. We use the Cleary method for identifying differential prediction. That's where you create an interaction term, item response by gender or other protected class membership. It generates a product term, and when you add that product term to the regression equation, if that product term coefficient is statistically significant, then you have a violation. That would mean that there is an interaction effect, like you're seeing here, where one group has a very different regression line and slope compared to the other, and that would be a no-no, and that would be reason to reject the item. Remember, we only had 100 items, and this is an MTurk sample, and we were whittling away or reducing items based on their failures on these criteria. So some of the things we found, we evaluated items based on differential item functioning, as I just described, differential prediction, whether or not the item was predictive of being a supervisor. You know, we had a measure of people's supervisor status. We collected that both at time 1 in the screening survey and in time 2 in the full occupational questionnaire survey. We wanted to know, was being a supervisor an advantage or not in the performance on the instrument. And we were interested in item validity as well, meaning to what extent does the item predict job performance. So of the 100 experimental items tested, 14 survived this criteria. Very stringent and rigorous criteria, and we were confident based on this MTurk sample that those 14 would be good items. They were correlated with performance and free from differential item functioning and differential prediction. So 14 good items. Subjected them to factor analysis, principal components analysis to be accurate, and we identified 3 different scales, meaning 3 sets of items that measured a single cohesive construct. Of the 3 scales, only one of the scales, based on 5 items, turned out to be itself free from adverse impact and differential prediction. So we settled on that 5-item scale. We call it the biographical scale, and it has 5 items measuring innovative problem solving, work ethic, and group leadership. And it showed good measurement properties using invariance tests and structural equation modeling. I could spend about an hour on that. I will not bore you. The biographical scale showed strong relationships to job performance. But here's where it gets a little interesting, and getting back to Catherine Ballard's study, we had the ratings of the MTurk workers at time 1 in the screening survey, and then we had them again at time 2 in the occupational survey. Here we see a particular MTurk worker at time 1, the screening survey. You see the MTurk ID appears twice there. This person was kind enough to take our screening survey twice, and at 2 different times. And at time 1, this person claims to be an American Indian Alaskan Native and also a Black African American. At time 2, he is no longer an American Indian or Native American, but he still remains a Black or African American. So that's an inconsistency. The same MTurk worker takes this occupational survey because he was invited to take the survey, being an ethnic minority. And here we see that at time 2, he's no longer an American Indian or Black African American, but rather a Hispanic Latino. So this was systemic throughout all of our research. And let me summarize some of the results here. It turns out among the 213 American Indian and Alaskan Natives who filled out the survey at time 1 and claimed to be that, only 163 claimed it again at time 2. Now, these are the same people, time 1, time 2, and that's a 23.47% loss or amount of inconsistency evidenced by those individuals. The grand winner, perhaps those who claim to be white. Of the 877 folks who claim to be exclusively white, at time 2, only 326 of them claimed to be exclusively white, and that's a loss of 62.83%. So a lot of these MTurk workers are being very inconsistent in how they're responding to the demographics and the supervisor items on our survey. Because we had, their identifications, we could look to see how consistent they were. It turns out not very consistent, and I leave the information there for you to scan. But that is not the end of the story. It turns out that whether or not people were consistent or not was a powerful indicator of whether or not we could show validity for our scale. I'll direct your attention to the pink box at the top. Here we see those who were inconsistent in their identification as a supervisor, meaning they say they're a supervisor at time 1, they weren't at time 2, or vice versa. We see relatively flat regression lines. These lines are simple slope analyses of the relationship between self-reported appraisal, supervisor performance appraisals that they provided, and their biographical scores. So performance versus test score is what you're seeing here. And for the top pink box, you're seeing relatively flat slopes, particularly flat slopes for those who are inconsistent in identifying as a supervisor and inconsistent in their reporting of their performance as a supervisor. The green regression line are those who were at least consistent in reporting their performance, if not consistent in reporting whether or not they were a supervisor. The green box at the bottom shows those who were consistent in identifying as a supervisor, and the pink line shows those who were inconsistent in their performance ratings. The dramatic difference in slopes, which indicates the validity of our instrument, is evidence here. The more people were consistent in their reporting of their supervisor level and their supervisor performance, the more valid the psychometric properties of our test became. That's an interesting finding, and it's one way perhaps of getting around the problem of having MTurk complete the survey, or rather an AI complete the survey for the MTurk workers, is to simply ask people twice and look for consistency. You're likely to get much higher validity in whatever survey you're going to administer if you screen out individuals who were inconsistent in their reporting of demographic characteristics. That was a key takeaway. So basically, to repeat that again, we showed that there was a relationship between our biographical scores and performance ratings, but that relationship, that validity relationship, varied strongly by people's self-disclosed demographic characteristic consistency and supervisory self-disclosed consistency. So that's the key takeaway here. Any questions? I'd be happy to respond. And that's all I have.
Yeah, so good segue, Peter. Actually, we do have a question for you from one of your fellow presenters, Dave. Dave asks, one might have concerns about the question, do you identify with any of the protected groups, etc.? Was that question ever pre-tested, for example, through cognitive interviews or focus groups?
Excellent question, and congratulations on spotting that. That is exactly what we were thinking. That question and the demographic item phrasings were dictated, and I do mean dictated, to us by Office of Management and Budget, OMB. We had no choice in their usage. And I would be very cautious, as your gentleman suggests, that identifying with something is very different from identifying as something. The items were poorly screened, in my opinion, but we had no choice. But thank you for recognizing that. I would have brought it up independently. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for our presenters? I have a couple, but I want to let you all, the audience, ask some first. Again, feel free to drop them in the Q&A and just say who it's for. Well, while you guys are working on that, I will ask one. And I think this is Somewhat applicable to both Andrew and Catherine. I'm kind of curious what your process was for categorizing some of your answers, making some of those judgment calls, and maybe any examples that you had for things that maybe were on the fence between one or another. So for Andrew, how did you determine whether you thought something was mischievous or not? And then Catherine, in your case, what were your sort of criteria for determining whether you thought something was AI or not? And some of your examples you said kind of evince some characteristics, but other than like the 3 bullet points, I was wondering if there was any that were kind of like on the fence and any tiebreakers or whatever you might have had. So I'll let either of you answer whatever order you'd like.
Sure, I'll go first, I guess. I can pull up my slide if it's okay to share again to just show the
absolutely
how we parsed it out. Because we were reviewing the indicator of mischief was also our key outcome of interest. The problematic mischievous responses kind of surfaced automatically, and so our key group that we wanted were these relevant and actionable comments that actually told us something they wanted to do with the website. A lot of them were these positive but uninformative comments like these: keep up the good work, positive, good, thank you, but not helpful, and fix the site, also helpful but uninformative. And so we thought, to look at the mischievous ones, we thought maybe there might be some difference in their level of effort, whether they just smash the keyboard with a couple of words, or if they do it even longer. And then we kind of found natural distinction that there were just these irrelevant, benign comments that might just be actually AI generated or something. And then the people that were really negative. It took us a while to find a decent example that wasn't crude to include the presentation, but the bad responses really jumped out. And so our coding kind of mirrored what we thought were kind of how to parse out the data in informative ways that were sort of distinct.
Okay, so that doesn't seem like you really had many that were kind of like straddling the fence between, oh, maybe this is mischievous but benign versus not actionable but valid, or so. That doesn't seem like there were many like in between cases.
I think no. I would think there was some judgment because it was really the only indicator we had, and so so like relevant and negative but not actionable. There might be some debate over whether it becomes irrelevant and negative. I think one key area is with slang. I'm realizing I'm less and less in touch with the slang, and I probably miscoded some cases that might have been valid because they said our sigma had no riz or something. And so I realized over time that maybe I should have gotten a console from someone younger, but that I think might have been the biggest area of uncertainty. But as far as our overall distinction, valid versus mischievous, I thought that was largely clear.
Great. Same question to Catherine, and then I'll actually give you another one that we have in the chat. But Catherine, if you want to talk about maybe any, I don't know, judgment calls between trying to figure out between AI and a human.
Sure, yeah, good question. So the process was sort of, I brought my concerns to my team and said, look at these crazy responses, isn't this weird? And so I decided to list every response and like kind of flag it in a column, and then I had them also look at it to just sort of get their take on things. And usually it was very obvious. There's like 10 in a row that's like, I would use this tool to help me with this. I would use this tool to help me with this. Could you please provide more context, because I don't know what you're talking about, that were just really obvious. And when I brought it to the team, if there were anything that was kind of on the fence, like maybe there were duplicates, but that didn't necessarily mean the answer was bad. It was just like for driving. And it's like, I don't know, they said, since we have so many at the start, since we have so many responses, if it's suspicious at all, flag it. And so that was sort of our going in mindset was, Like if we're really not sure, if it seems like a duplicate or slightly suspicious, then just flag it. And so that was kind of how we went about it.
Okay. How long did, I'm curious how long it took to, you mentioned like the pattern of the ones that were kind of your second example, that it was like kind of a paragraph. It clearly wasn't talking about itself, like the AI tool, but it was sort of listing things in a sort of robotic way, I guess. How long did it take you to notice that pattern of it lists 3 examples and it's clearly structured like this? How long did it take for that to kind of come up?
It didn't take long because I sorted by like number of characters. And so you would get
Okay.
these paragraph, paragraph, paragraph for like, what car do you drive? And it's like the 2002 Denali comes with cruise control and all of these features. And it's like whole paragraph, or so you kind of start with the really long responses and then you realize that it's repetitive, and so and then eventually I was like, oh, maybe there's a cutoff, maybe there's a character cutoff, like less than 30 might be real. So then I started to look at those and they were repetitive, 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 like sorted in alphabetical order, and you get the same 10 in a row. Okay, this is weird.
Gotcha.
So it was,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool. I got one from the audience for Catherine, and then I've got one for Dave. But first for Catherine, this is from Carl Ramirez. Sorry if I missed this, but would the response time per question or page be at least slightly longer for a respondent suspected of using AI to generate answers? And could you use that pair data to identify possible AI use? Or are you saying that the AI is doing all of the interaction as the mTurk respondent?
Yeah, so I guess 2 points. Great question. One point is that just because someone put this in the short answer, like I don't know for sure that it's some sort of bot and AI answered everything, but it makes it seem like it. And then the time to respond is a good point. With some of the bureaucracy of what we had to do, Google Forms doesn't really output how long someone spent doing things. And so if it took them a minute to run through this whole survey, yeah, we're going to flag that. And, that would definitely be something to look for. Unfortunately, we couldn't get any time data or how long it took them to do like each page, like you said, or each question. We said it took about 15 minutes. I don't know if it even took longer. Like we just didn't get that data out of Google Forms. So unfortunately, we can't look at that for help to decipher.
Great. Dave, my question for you, do you possibly, it doesn't seem like you feel the need to do it yet, but can you imagine a scenario in the future in which you would want to take different actions based on something that clearly looks like either a masked or an alias email address versus something that appears to be a genuine direct email address? Can you ever imagine that? And if so, what would that possibly be? Or are you just like, yeah, we'll just take whatever, but we kind of want to know how to treat it?
Yeah, I don't know, like a responsive design kind of approach. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, or, do you need to potentially treat these people more skeptically or send them a different type of contact based on one thing or another, or really anything like that?
I mean, I guess it would depend on the needs of the survey. For our survey, we were really just testing question wording, and it wasn't sort of a proper survey. I don't know. I guess it depends on whether people of sort of higher SES or younger respondents were underrepresented. There might be a motivation to do some different communication strategy with like people who are using hide my email, or yeah. I mean, I guess it would depend on the needs of the survey, and I don't know that I know how to answer that.
Yeah.
But
Sorry.
maybe, if we can inform those kinds of decisions by doing the research, maybe we can.
Yeah. Gotcha. I guess one sort of broad question that anybody really can answer is that, I'll be honest, if some of this stuff happened to me, really in all of your cases, I would be pretty discouraged. Have any of you thought about, I don't know, alternative modes or, I don't know, trying to, even supplement the work with like, I think one of you mentioned like doing in-person follow-ups or something like that. But some of this stuff to me is like, oh, I'm just done with the internet, like whatever. Have you guys, any of you considered like ways to do that and transition to different modes? Or is it just like, yeah, this is just a uncomfortable reality that we now have to deal with? I don't know. Just curious on your outlooks.
I can add that, yeah, we talked about transitioning to more in-person data collection, but we're also looking into other services that are more geared towards collecting like representative population data online. I know there's something called Prolific, but of course, we have to get the approvals and everything sorted through, kind of through NASA. So it's just another hurdle to go through.
Cool. Yeah. Anybody else?
I think so. For our case, for an intercept survey on about the website itself, I don't know if there's a better way to recruit people to weigh in on it. I think we showed that our kind of proportion of problematic respondents was low enough that it really did not move the needle on our satisfaction scores. However, we're using somebody else's tool, and I agree with you that you'd rather not have these poor quality responses in your data at all if you can avoid it. And so, so for our case of monitoring feedback, it'd be nice if the system embedded a few more of those checks to find people that might not be responding legitimately. But then again, I don't know. I guess for us, we didn't have the issue of like we were looking for like a representative sample, and I think if you're going to start dropping a lot of people, you have to sort of think more carefully about how you're defining your population. And so I think no, we're not discouraged, but I'm certainly encouraged to monitor and then know what we're dealing with, and then decide what to do about it, given the study objectives. Sorry, it's kind of a wishy-washy answer.
No, I think it makes sense, and yeah, it probably applies less to to yours.
We had a lucky kind of a very not easy case, but less complicated situation to kind of unravel and address.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all the Q&As or the Qs that I could come up with, and I'm scanning through here, and I don't see anything else. So, we've got 3 minutes left. Anybody want to touch on something that was from the cutting room floor that you really wanted to share but didn't think you'd have time for? Any more outtakes from Dr. Strangelove, Dave? All right. Well, very good. Thank you to all of our presenters, and thank you to our audience. That will do it for this session, and we will see you next time or tomorrow, if that's next time. All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, Kenny.
See you. Yeah. Bye.
Welcome and thank you for standing by. Currently, all participants are in a listen-only mode. Today's conference is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now I'd like to turn the call over to your moderator for this session, Dave Tuttle. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Stacy. So thanks for joining us for session 3B, Extended Reality and Survey Design, final session for the first day. Been a pretty good day. I've managed to catch one version of every session. That's been really good stuff, and I think this is going to be a good session as well. So this session is being held to inform interested parties of research and to encourage discussion. The views expressed of those of the authors and not those of the FedCASIC committee, myself, or sponsoring agencies. Little housekeeping that you've probably already heard already. All of the attendees for this session are in a listen-only mode. Members of the audience can submit written questions using the Q&A feature, which is in the bottom right. It may be a question mark, or it may be the letters Q&A, or you might have to click on those 3 dots to find it, but it's down there in the bottom right. It'll open up a panel. You can put your question in at any time. We're going to hold all questions until the end of the session. after all the presenters have finished giving their talks, and then we'll just open it up. I'll go through and read the questions that have been entered, and as offer the chance for audience members and panel members to ask questions verbally or in writing. So I think that's it. And without further ado, our first speaker, and I think if you're not speaking, go ahead and turn your camera off while one presenter is going. I'll do the same. Paul Merritt from the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Paul, please take it away.
Yeah, cool. I assume you can see my screen and hear me good.
Yep,
Sweet.
to both.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Paul Merritt, and I'm presenting my work on behalf of Dr. Judy Zhu, Kaylee Ives, Jeffrey Karhoff, Monica Bohart, Scott Ledgerwood, and Dr. Julia Chellin of the UI/UX portfolio at NIST PSCR. I'm an augmented reality researcher and developer at NIST PSCR. What we're talking about today is an integration of WebXR and survey software to improve remote research. And just as a disclaimer before we begin, in my presentation as well as my colleagues' presentations, you'll see some products, software, and equipment, both commercial and non-commercial. We at NIST are not recommending or endorsing any of these, so please keep that in mind during our presentations. So let's take a step back. Who are we? We all work for NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is based out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. Under that, we work for Public Safety Communications Research, which primarily operates out of the second campus in Boulder, Colorado. The team we're part of is the User Interface User Experience portfolio. I realize that's a lot of umbrellas I've just thrown at you, organizations within organizations, but I wanted to demonstrate where we fit in since NIST is a very broad body. Taking another step back, what is XR? So XR, or extended reality, is an umbrella term comprising of augmented reality, mixed reality, and virtual reality. Augmented reality you may be familiar with through popular examples like Pokemon Go, but it is the superimposition of computer-generated content onto the real world. Virtual reality, you're wearing a head-mounted display and you're fully immersed in a virtual environment. And mixed reality is kind of like a bridge between. You're wearing a head-mounted display and you see virtualized content while seeing the real world as well. So what is the problem that we currently face as XR developers and researchers? Extended reality has transformed how we can design and administer surveys, allowing researchers to include interactive and immersive stimuli. However, many studies still require participants to come into a lab where they can try on a head-mounted display they otherwise don't have access to. And this can slow down development iterations and be an obstacle for participants. With WebXR, participants can complete surveys remotely using a phone, computer, head-mounted display, whatever they're comfortable with, so long as they can connect to the internet and open a browser. And this makes research participation more convenient and more scalable. Remote XR is the obvious solution, but there are different ways of producing and delivering that. What we've leveraged and find convenient is WebXR, and specifically A-Frame. A-Frame is an open source web framework that allows developers to create mixed reality experiences using HTML and JavaScript. This tool lets researchers deliver XR experiences via a web browser on different devices, so participants don't need any specialized hardware, the distributors don't need to make any adjustments for specific hardware or any specific input modalities. This approach removes geographical and logistical barriers, allowing researchers to reach a much larger and more diverse audience. By expanding the sample size and diversity, we improve the generalizability of our findings, making them more applicable across different populations. So what does that all look like, or what's an example of it? For our studies, we utilize Qualtrics, a popular online survey platform you're probably familiar with. We take our web application and embed it directly into the Qualtrics survey so that we can take advantage of traditional survey tools and improve how data are collected and analyzed. This enhances the types of responses we can capture, improving both response accuracy and data quality. And XR is really useful for the goals of survey research too, because sometimes you want to study XR itself. We focus a lot on public safety, so say you've got a virtual reality simulation for a firefighter conducting a search and rescue operation in a burning building. You may want to record metrics like reaction time, decisions that are being made in the scenario, how they routed through the scene. Maybe you have participants in some sort of EMS or emergency medical services exercise in AR, and you want to evaluate how they ran through the necessary tasks to assist a patient in crisis. One major benefit of this approach is scalability. Unlike traditional lab-based studies, remote WebXR surveys can reach hundreds or even thousands of participants. Because the system operates through web applications, we avoid technical issues that might occur with in-lab software setups. Additionally, we can collect important environmental data such as the type of device used, the screen resolution, the connection quality, anything that would better understand user experiences. On top of that, spatial information for better retention in cases where that's relevant. Say you have a study involving different learning practices or pedagogies and want to analyze how visual spatial thinkers or visual learners process and engage with your content. The same goes for gamified experiences. But the bottom line is, from a researcher or study distributor, they're thinking, how do I conduct my XR studies outside of the lab? And when I'm in the lab, data collection is difficult. And we'll get to that bidirectional relationship a little bit later. So the way that we've implemented this integration is by embedding a WebXR application developed in A-Frame into a Qualtrics survey. Perhaps you have a WebXR application like a game or simulation, maybe another website you've developed and maintained and want users to visit as part of a study. Maybe it's an existing web application like Netflix, Facebook, Canva. There's a broad spectrum for web applications. Participants interact with the XR environment, and Qualtrics records their behaviors and responses directly within the survey behind the scenes. This allows you to use XR stimuli while still utilizing the familiar and robust features of a traditional survey platform. You may be familiar with the concept of embedding websites for things like putting a YouTube video inside of a news article or inside of a blog. Take that a step further and imagine an interactive web page within another website, and we can do that while maintaining control of each. Using Qualtrics, which is what we use, you would add a new question and go with something simple like text entry or multiple choice. Anything should work since it's essentially a placeholder that we intend to overhaul. Then you double click on it and you should be able to edit the HTML block directly. Try deleting everything in there and then putting in something like what I have here on the right side. If you're unfamiliar with HTML, no need to worry. It's a markup language used to create and structure web content. Almost every website that you visit or engage with uses it to some degree for the front-facing content. And within HTML, there are certain tags and attributes used to structure commonly used website components. To avoid getting too much into the weeds, we'll just focus on two major tags in this presentation. A div, which is a block that contains HTML code, and within that, an iframe that points to your web application wherever it may be hosted. The iframe element is the go-to element for embedding web content within web content. Now, I can't get into specifics about what our experiment is, but suffice it to say, it's a It's a study on decision making. Users are asked to select one of the following items. So, for example, here are 3 items from Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door: the mushroom, fire flower, and a piece of cake. And I want to clarify, in our use case, the content appears in 3D and users are able to interact with their choices in 3D. So while this example with images from a video game could easily be achieved in a traditional Qualtrics survey and in 2D, this example is not fully representative of the contents of our study. But in the survey flow in Qualtrics, you can set embedded data variables that you will connect with corresponding variables from your web application. And that sounds really complicated, but it's quite simple. If you set up the same names for the information you want to collect, say the initial item that someone chose, be it the mushroom, fire flower, etc., the switch decision if they change their mind and switch to a different item, you set up the nomenclature that you'd like to use in your survey flow, and that's how we can extract and assign it from the web application. And the way that we do that is by using window.postMessage, which is native to just about every internet browser, using JSDOM, which is JavaScript Document Object Model. And what that does is we're able to use window.postMessage to send the name of the variable and the variable contents. And you might be wondering, well, we send that message, where does it actually go? In Qualtrics, in the survey block where we embedded our iframe of the web application, we create a custom JavaScript block, which Qualtrics supports, and create an event listener for message. Then within that, if statements for the type of message that came through using the same nomenclature from our survey flow. So for initial item, you set up a listener for that. For switch decision, you set up a listener for that, so on and so forth for all of the variables that you've previously established in your survey flow. And where does that all go? Well, it's all integrated into one single data set, combining WebXR interaction data with survey responses from Qualtrics. And this approach allows us to capture detailed behavioral metrics, including movement, engagement time, and response accuracy. By merging these data sets, we can achieve a deeper, more holistic understanding of participant interactions and responses. When designing our experiment, one of the questions we had was to what extent we should reinvent the wheel in terms of interactable UI. What you see here is an example of all the various types of selections and interactions A-Frame and A-Frame GUI support innately. And again, A-Frame is the version of WebXR that we found useful for our use case, but it's not the only one out there, and there are many third-party components that people have made for that, as well as other frameworks. But what we found is that it's more convenient from a data collector perspective to rely on those traditional means where they fit in. At this point in our use case, we've moved past the 3D virtualized content and are conducting a post-experiment survey. So it makes sense to use what is already native to Qualtrics. And what you can see here are data obtained from those message listeners integrated into the same place where Qualtrics is already collecting information, which is the results tab. So over here, you're also able to see the metrics we obtained from the slider in the same place as the initial item, switch decision, and any other variables we may be collecting. It's all in one place, and that makes it so easy from a data collector perspective. And here you can see a CSV spreadsheet export of that results tab that contains both the slider and the extracted variables among all other information our survey records. We have a field for the start date captured automatically, the IP address so that submissions are anonymized and organized but trackable, the duration of time they spent on it in seconds, whether or not they finished, the date their submission was recorded, their individual response ID, their confidence as inputted on the slider I showed earlier, their language, what Paper Mario item they took, be it mushroom, fire flower, piece of cake, as well as their Likert scale response to a question measuring a subjective numeracy score. And that goes back to what I was hinting toward earlier, which is the bidirectional benefit. We improve the types of data we can collect, and we collect it seamlessly and conveniently for the survey designers. Normally, the data collection would involve substantially more coding overhead, and when there's overhead on individualized code, there's an opportunity for data loss and errors. The bottom line is that this gives data collectors confidence. And this is useful for any type of pre-testing for XR studies or pre-testing for integrated studies with a software application in your survey. And while this approach is particularly useful for XR research, it can also be applied to other domains that require interactive tasks or behavioral tracking. By allowing studies to be conducted both remotely and in lab using the same software, we improve research consistency. Additionally, web-based platforms enable rapid study design, testing, and iteration, significantly reducing the time and cost associated with traditional research methods. To summarize, remote WebXR represents a major shift in how survey-based research can be conducted. By integrating XR applications with traditional survey tools, we create seamless, engaging experiences for participants while improving data quality and scalability. Moving forward, these techniques can be applied across various fields from psychology to market research to further refine and improve data collection methods. If you'd like to stay updated on this project, as well as another project that my colleague Kaylee will refer to later, you can find my email as well as Dr. Julia Challen's email here on screen. The application that we've made will be available as a software record soon, most likely in the next couple of months. Feel free to reach out and get notified on that matter. We'd be happy to inform you when it releases. Thank you for your time, and it does say any questions on screen, but I'm actually going to turn it over to the next presenter, and questions will be at the very end.
Great, thanks very much, Paul. This is embarrassing. When I introduced you, did I say National Institute of Science and Technology, or did I say the correct name?
I think you said Standards and Technology, but maybe I'm just assuming the best on your behalf.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Okay, our next presenter. I'm sorry, I've only got I think Monica's name. I've got both your names because I'm actually in WebEx. So our next presenters are a tag team duo of Monica Boucher, is it? And Jack Wagner. Okay, thank you very much, and take it away.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Dave. Hi, everybody. My name is Monica Bohart, and I'm an emerging technology research analyst at the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology, working in the Public Safety Communications Research Division, also known as PSCR.
And I'm Jack Wagner, a professional research assistant with the virtual reality development team of PSCR. Monica and I are very excited to share more about advancing survey sampling methods in extended reality with you all today.
Jack and I are presenting on behalf of our team to discuss an overall research area where we've been involved. Our team is listed here on the slide. As Paul mentioned, we're not endorsing any products or tools mentioned today, and all information is preliminary and subject to change. Today, I'll provide more background on our division, as well as the central challenge that this presentation seeks to address. Then I'll talk more about our team's XR research more broadly and its relevance to surveys before handing it off to Jack to discuss more about remote XR and its impacts on sampling. Then I'll discuss our process for integrated study design before finishing up with some lessons learned. So to summarize our organization, for those of you who are not familiar, we're the primary U.S. federal laboratory conducting research and development to advance future public safety communications technology. A large part of this research, as Paul mentioned, is conducted within our user interface, user experience portfolio, where we really focus on asking how can we improve the interaction between the technology system and our first responder. Surveys in particular are useful for this purpose because they can help us better understand and document specific user experiences, which can vary widely between, for example, firefighters, EMS personnel, and law enforcement officers. As federal researchers, we're tasked with ensuring the validity of our work. One key concern is generalizability, or how well our findings apply to the populations that we serve. Achieving this hinges on effective participant recruitment, which is particularly challenging when studying small or hard to reach groups. For instance, a study on US firefighters should ideally include a broad national sample. However, time, budget, and other limitations might restrict us to just a few local departments. While these local departments do provide valuable insights, they might not necessarily represent the broader firefighter population. Differences in training, policies, or whether an agency is rural or urban can bias our results if they're not measured. To address this, we've been exploring ways to improve both sampling strategies and study design. Specifically, how can we use surveys and remote XR to improve our participant samples? As Paul mentioned, our team studies how XR can enhance user experience. Many of the tasks that we study involve extremely high-risk scenarios. That's exactly where XR proves to be such a powerful tool. It's not realistic to repeatedly conduct live burn exercises or perform time-intensive drills. Or take hazardous materials training. You cannot and should not expose responders to actual hazardous substances just to facilitate hands-on learning. XR enables safe, cost-effective, immersive simulations of high-risk scenarios that can be repeated without any risk or heavy resource use. So those are just a couple examples of how XR is valuable for public safety research, but XR can also be leveraged in conjunction with surveys. Surveys are important because they allow researchers to collect self-reported data at scale about attitudes, beliefs, preferences. This benefit is amplified in XR, where surveys play a crucial role in capturing user experience, including perceptions and individual differences. Surveys are a great tool to capture data that are difficult to observe directly or measure through behavior and action on its own. Moreover, we're exploring how the integration of XR and enhanced survey sampling methods can strengthen both the design and the validation of research, particularly by improving how we recruit and study representative participant samples. Conducting studies in XR help us observe how participants respond to tasks or environments, which may help identify how the experimental design can be improved. At the same time, surveys help us explore questions that don't yet require full experimental deployment, and they inform XR design through early user feedback. For example, if you're studying a scenario where participants have to wear VR headsets, a preliminary survey might find that some percentage of respondents express unwillingness to wear headsets due to physical discomfort, motion sickness, or other aversions. The survey result informs your understanding of to whom your VR study results may or may not apply. This finding becomes a design signal for shaping future XR experiments. For example, the research team could design an XR experiment with multiple interaction modes, like a desktop version, a tablet-based AR version, or a full immersive VR headset experience. The experiment could then yield insights into how user acceptance and comfort with technology affects performance and perception. That could inform future XR studies by identifying new experience-based variables to measure, like differences in task performance or variation in reported workload or stress across different interaction modes. So this illustrates the multi-directional relationship between XR experiments and XR-informed surveys, with each method both informing and benefiting the other. A survey improves an XR experiment by enriching the experimental data with self-reported insights that help researchers understand why users respond the way they do, not just what they do. An XR experiment improves a survey by adding behavior validity and experimental control, enhancing both the quality and interpretability of that self-reported data. So XR experiments inform the why and the how of a research process. Researchers can test an intervention or manipulate an independent variable to yield causal results. Because only the variables of interest are isolated and manipulated, experiments offer high internal validity, although their external validity might be limited. In contrast, surveys efficiently measure large populations at a relatively low cost. They're also less invasive, allowing participants to respond anonymously and at their own convenience. Additionally, surveys produce standardized data that can be reused for comparisons across populations, time periods, or even in longitudinal research. We think that others in the federal research community grappling with difficult to sample populations can use similar integration of methods. To explain how our methods affect participant samples, I'll now hand it over to Jack.
All right. So XR experiments inform the why and how of a research process. Researchers can, XR research is conventionally conducted in lab environments due to the use of specialized equipment like virtual reality headsets. This comes with several limitations. Requiring physical presence in a lab can create selection biases. It may exclude individuals who live far away from the lab, those with mobility limitations, and those who cannot attend during standard lab hours due to work or other commitments. These limitations mean that results may not be representative of a target population, which would mean that our results do not apply to that target population, and the generalizability of our results is limited. So a lab environment often means that conventional studies rely on convenience sampling, where participants are recruited based on ease of access, whether that's lab visitors or nearby university students. Again, this often overrepresents people near the research institution or with flexible schedules. We can employ several different sampling strategies to improve participation in conventional research and the extent to which results reflect real-world populations. In the graphic here, we can see where we might start with a participant recruitment flowchart. With purposive sampling, we could select individuals from targeted subpopulations, such as public safety professionals, those with XR experience, or people with visual impairments. In the example flowchart, this would be the mailing list. To extend this group, we could employ snowball sampling, asking participants to recruit others from their network with shared characteristics. These referrals can bolster participation when studying relatively niche groups. In the example flowchart, this would be the referrals. And these sampling strategies are useful when dealing with a small and hard to reach population, such as a niche like members of public safety with busy schedules. However, when seeking a sample that accurately represents population, these techniques are limited as they can reinforce selection bias and produce samples that miss part of our target population. Respondent-driven sampling is similar to snowball sampling, but participants are incentivized to recruit other participants. Tracing the links between participants and weighting to account for selection probabilities aims to achieve more representative and less biased samples. However, this is also dependent upon well-connected networks to allow for long chains of recruitment, which can be difficult given the well-dispersed and often siloed nature of public safety organizations. The limitations of conventional sampling techniques introduce some threats to the validity of our studies. Unquantifiable sampling error occurs as a result of using convenience sampling. For example, surveying a fire station which specializes in hazmat will result in high standard error in some characteristics compared to our target population. Perceptual variance can greatly affect how participants interact with XR and thereby study outcomes. For example, a participant's color vision, motion sensitivity, and ability to hear spatial audio cues. Researchers can measure all of these variables, but this can be burdensome and lead to other analytical challenges, including multicollinearity and overfitting. These individual differences can also be over and underrepresented when considering a small or homogeneous sample, which leads to unreliable or biased conclusions. For example, public safety professionals have an increased risk of hearing loss over their time in service. Furthermore, public safety professionals with more experience and in more senior roles may have more time to engage with surveys. Therefore, hardness of hearing would certainly be overrepresented in the final survey results. Without addressing these limitations, XR research risks systematically missing its intended population and limiting validity. Remote XR is one approach that can help us achieve more representative samples and more impactful research outcomes. You just heard from Paul, who talked about it in greater depth, but to reiterate, remote XR refers to the use of XR technologies outside of traditional controlled lab environments. Instead of requiring participants to be physically present in a lab, remote XR allows them to engage with self-guided, immersive experiences from their own location, such as their home or workplace, using internet-connected devices. As a result of remote participation, this research reduces the limitations of lab-based studies in many ways. The need to recruit from locations near to the lab is no longer present, which increases survey participation from more distant geographical locations. Without the need to be present in the lab, the participants can engage with the study whenever their schedule allows, which is especially helpful when recruiting public safety professionals. This widens our sampling frame and reduces sampling error, giving us a better sample. As part of this fully remote procedure, we use integrated survey software while conducting our research. Integrating the survey allows us to gather standardized data effectively, improving response measures and decreasing the impact of noise in the form of unmeasured user errors. Furthermore, before committing to costly in-lab studies, remote XR surveys let us pre-test assumptions and optimize designs. Some of the assumptions we could pre-test are that participants are willing to use XR hardware, or that the tasks and environments designed for XR are perceivable by participants. Remote research greatly lowers the cost of running studies by providing a fully online alternative. Overall, remote web-based XR allows us to recruit participants through online platforms and remote tools rather than relying on in-person access. We can scale participation, improve sample quality, and reduce logistical barriers while maintaining XR design features in our experiment. I will now hand it back over to Monica to share more about our study design process.
Great, thank you, Jack. So I'm going to walk through a hypothetical example research question to explain how we combine these different empirical methods. So does a new VR tool provide better wildland fire training than an existing training method? Often our ideal study design includes a random representative sample of wildland firefighters from across agencies and regions, random assignment to the VR training or the standard training, as well as high-powered design informed by power analysis, and a controlled environment to isolate the effect of the training modality. But as Jack just said, many constraints make these ideal designs difficult. For example, it's hard to get a random sample of first responders. Your response rates can be low, and lab space and scheduling are limited. So to account for these difficulties, it's better to take a phased approach as you go through your sample design process. And surveys are a critical starting point. They help you to reach a broad representative sample, identify examples of user error by pre-testing with attention checks, instructional manipulation checks, or other methods, and test assumptions that support our experiment so we better understand what we need to measure in our study. These insights help prioritize features and scenarios for the remote XR prototype. Next, we deploy a remote XR module where users interact with a prototype version of the training in a realistic but flexible setting. And the module is paired with questionnaires that capture user experience and comfort levels. This helps to refine the experimental design and test the interface under semi-controlled conditions. And with insights from earlier phases, then we run the lab study. We'll use random assignment to new versus standard training. Behavior will be observed in a high control setting, and we'll look at what factors influence performance. Design choices like headset mode or scenario flow are now evidence-based, increasing the validity of findings. This allows us to generate new questions for future surveys, such as, did the training include imperceptible content? Or did participants retain the training over time? This table highlights how integrating XR studies with surveys
Monica,
allows us
let
to...
you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. How we can capitalize on both the methods of XR studies and surveys. Surveys can reach a larger group of people, capture more attitudes and preferences, while XR experiments are more controlled and you can observe real-time behavior while also measuring performance. So when we take these together, you can design studies that are not only more reflective of the population, but they're also more rigorous and more grounded. This leads to better insights and ultimately more informative findings. So through our research, we walked away with a number of lessons learned. The first being that sampling bias can be mitigated by integrating survey study design. Your traditional XR studies often rely on convenience samples, but if you use integrated methods, that can help to overcome some of your geographic and logistical barriers, and that'll broaden your participation and improve your sample quality. Second lesson is that addressing variations in human perception enhances your data quality. So we've seen how differences in vision or motion sensitivity or hearing can lead to noise if it's unmeasured. So we can leverage remote XR and surveys as a screening or a pre-testing tool to help us meet those user needs and reduce variance. And then finally, XR and survey research are mutually reinforcing. So we found that XR technologies enhance surveys by enabling immersive, interactive experiences, and in turn, survey research informs the design and improvement of XR experiences by capturing that user feedback. To conclude, combining these survey and experimental methods presents a transformative opportunity for federal survey research by broadening participation and enhancing data quality. I'd like to close by saying thank you all for joining us today. We have our emails listed here in case we can provide further information, and I will now hand it back to Dave.
Okay, thank you, Monica and Jack. And now we have our final presentation for our session with Kaylee Ives. So Kaylee, you have the floor.
All right, go ahead and share. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Dave. Hi, everyone, and welcome. Thanks for joining today. My name is Kaylee Ives, and I'm a research assistant at the Public Safety Communications Research Division at the National Institute of Standards and Technology. In today's presentation, I'll be discussing our research on digital accessibility standards for extended reality survey design. I will be presenting our work on behalf of the group of authors and researchers in the area of research that I have been most involved in. Here's NIST standard disclaimer that Paul briefly covered. We include this in all of our presentations. However, as a reminder, information presented in this presentation is preliminary and subject to change. I'm so sorry, I don't know what's going on with this. Okay. All right, sorry about that. So today I want to start by introducing NIST PSCR and our research. I'll then discuss our main research objectives involving accessible interface survey design. I'll talk about interface design and how it affects data quality and results, and describe how existing digital accessibility standards can be used to improve extended reality interfaces. I'll share a selection of existing tools that can help designers create usable and accessible interfaces. Finally, I'll explain how this relates to our work extending these web content standards, guidelines, and tools to extended reality content broadly. So at the Public Safety Communications Research Division, or PSCR, my team focuses on how extended reality, or XR, can be applied to public safety use cases. As described by Paul and Monica, this could be a hazardous materials training in virtual reality. Our research involves extended reality content and interactive animations as research stimuli. Like Paul discussed in his presentation, we have adapted this content for use in browser-based surveys using web applications like WebXR. The main benefit of this approach is that stimuli can be accessed across different digital mediums. For example, we can design a study where users view and interact with XR content over the web in a survey, as well as through augmented reality and virtual reality devices in a laboratory setting. So I'll show you some example stimuli generated with A-Frame, an open source web VR framework that we use regularly in our research later on in this presentation. We design our interfaces and stimuli based on assumptions we make about an average user's ability to perceive those stimuli, meaning that we want to make sure our designs are accessible to as many people as possible, including those with differing perceptual abilities. If our assumptions are wrong, we may have unmeasured influence affecting our results. Improper design assumptions can create perceptual confounds, which are variables such as insufficient contrast that introduce unwanted influence and affect the outcome of an experiment. Here's one example of an interface from a study using virtual reality to display immersive analytics for oncology models. The goal of this study was to aggregate different types of data visuals into one immersive environment so that medical professionals could analyze and interact with complex data in one place. This image provides some context as to why it's important to make correct design assumptions. In this image, the text can be difficult to read in areas due to the small font size and poor contrast. There's also some overlap between elements and text, which could interfere with the user's ability to perceive the visuals. Overall, these design challenges could make it difficult to effectively perceive and interact with data on the screen, influencing the outcome of the study. Here's another example of an interface that may not be easily perceived by those who have certain types of what the American Optometric Association calls color vision deficiencies or color blindness. In this study, researchers compared current forest analysis techniques with extended reality and, in this case, it's in augmented reality. The original image on the left is what participants with typical color vision would see, and the image on the right has an overlay, which is a filter placed over the original image, simulating what the image looks like with the most common color blindness condition. To a person with typical color vision, it might not be as challenging to make out the details of the forest. However, when the overlay is applied, the colors blend together, decreasing the visual clarity of the image. XR researchers may resort to using their best judgment when designing the stimuli for their study. In some cases, this can result in their stimuli being difficult to see or perceive, even for the average user. So these are just a few instances of how design choices could lead to confounds. Participants may not be able to properly perceive the study stimuli and therefore be unable to accurately perform the tasks, which could skew the results to be less significant or meaningful than they could be. We suggest that XR researchers, as well as any researcher that uses complicated survey stimuli, begin addressing these issues by using standards and guidelines for web content. So, what exactly are accessible designs? When we say a design is accessible, we're referring to designs that can be utilized by all users, regardless of their abilities. Specifically, the standards and guidelines that I will describe define accessible in the context of digital media as content such as websites, tools, and technologies that are designed and developed so that people with disabilities can perceive, understand, navigate, interact, and contribute to that content. In our research, we focus on visual intelligibility, meaning that the user is able to properly perceive what they're seeing or interacting with. Accessibility guidelines provide a baseline to measure design components like color, contrast, textures, information preservation, and object features like size and animation as a way to reduce perceptual confounds. We found that many web content accessibility standards could be applied to XR interfaces or survey stimuli broadly, especially those we displayed in a browser-based surveys. For example, visual standards like element size, color contrast ratios, font size and type, and colorblind-friendly colors could easily be incorporated into our interfaces following the guidelines presented on these websites. These are well-supported sets of visual design requirements that are specific and quantifiable. And when I say quantifiable, I'm referring to standards like color contrast ratio thresholds and font sizes, those numerical and programmable values that can be applied when designing a web page or an interface. For example, the image on the left is from the W3C website, showing the recommended minimal contrast ratios for text and images, which is 4.5 to 1, with a few exceptions. I'll show you some more examples of what that looks like later on in this presentation. So we're using applicable standards from places like digital.gov and specifically Section 508, which provides accessibility standards for federal web content that all federal organizations are required to comply with. The World Wide Web Consortium, which I mentioned earlier, creates international standards for web development, and two extensions of W3C is the Web Accessibility Initiative, or WAI, and the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which is WCAG. These subgroups develop accessibility standards, share resources and references for creating accessible web and browser-based interfaces, with a focus on web design for those with disabilities. So, are there standards or guidelines for XR similar to web design? Well, there are some, but they are limited. The World Wide Web Consortium, or W3C, has a document on user needs and requirements for people with disabilities when using virtual reality or immersive environments, augmented or mixed reality, and other related technologies, with a focus on mobility and physical accessibility, which is how people interact with a device, as opposed to how people see or perceive content in that device. The recommendations related to vision describe needs, but do not include requirements or recommendations for best practices, as of yet, of course. There is a known need for more extended reality standards. Our colleague at NIST, Sandy Ressler, began exploring auditory accessibility using browser-based virtual environments back in the 90s. More recently, XR interest groups like the Metaverse Standards Forum and the XR Association have re-emphasized this need. Our group's research is using web content standards to improve our extended reality and survey designs, as well as testing to what extent each requirement holds for different XR devices and environments. So there are a number of tools based on standards from, again, places like WCAG, W3C, and Section 508 that can help designers create more usable and accessible interfaces. And we've used all of these in our own designs. So this is an example A-frame interface from A-frame's public demos. Each pane displays how each tool works. So here we have the color contrast analyzer, which measures the contrast ratios of text and non-textual elements. It informs us if designs pass or fail based on recommended contrast ratios developed by WCAG. These ratios account for the loss in contrast sensitivity usually experienced by users with vision loss equivalent to approximately 20/40 vision. Here, we are testing if the white lettering on the blue button meets minimum contrast ratio thresholds. On the left side, you can see the report. In this case, the color contrast ratio was 4.4 to 1, which means that it failed to meet the minimum ratio for regular size text and enhanced text, but passed for larger text. The color contrast analyzer allows designers to check their designs for insufficient contrast that may lead to confounds. Another tool is Color Oracle, which overlays color on your screen to display what a design looks like for those with the 3 most common types of color vision deficiencies. For example, consider a participant with color blindness who was tasked to click on the red box. For someone with normal color vision, this task would not be challenging. However, for a colorblind participant, they are unable to perceive the color red, and therefore the task is impossible, and they may even click on the button that's labeled box. Using this tool, researchers can catch and fix this before deploying a study, thus reducing the incidence of visual confounds created by inaccessible color. Finally, we have the Accessible Name and Description Inspector, or ANDI, which is a browser-based extension designed to assess Section 508 and WCAG compliance standards by evaluating color contrast, font size, structure, and whether images or graphics include text equivalents. ANDI is especially useful for browser-based XR applications and surveys. This visual shows how ANDI functions. By selecting a category from the dropdown and hovering over an element, ANDI highlights any missing or inaccessible features. So in this example, the iframe element lacks a name or description, preventing screen readers from identifying elements, which can make content inaccessible to those with significant visual impairments. Here's a very simple example from our studies displaying how and why we use tools like the color contrast analyzer to check our designs. The left displays our original design of a teal button with white lettering. As you can probably see, it did not meet even the minimum WCAG accessibility standards for contrast, which means that it may be difficult for those with vision impairments to perceive. The right shows the modified button, that is a red button outlined by white with white text. This button does meet criteria for the minimum contrast ratio. Small design choices like this can easily be overlooked, in part because survey platforms like Qualtrics mostly utilize WCAG 2.0 AA and Section 508 compliance. However, as researchers include more of their own stimuli, including photos, videos, and XR, the built-in compliance checkers become increasingly unreliable. Moreover, designers may want to know and measure how these design choices affect study results. XR designs are particularly challenging because participants view content from every angle and with varying light sources. These tools can be a great help, but our research team is extending this work and creating tools, our own tools for XR. So again, as I mentioned, even with the application of web design standards and accessibility tools in XR, researchers may need to be certain that their stimuli are perceivable. Integrating software applications into surveys, as described by Paul, researchers can easily embed their stimuli into browser-based surveys to test them. On the left, you can see a model of a building we've embedded into a survey. Participants can interact with this model as they would in a headset. When we collect data, we can assess their ability to visually perceive aspects of the model. For example, the colored icons. On the right, you can see a building model displayed as it would be in an augmented reality headset. We examined the design on the left before conducting a study with AR on the right. The benefit of using surveys for XR-based studies is that researchers can test the accessibility of their interfaces. If a result determines that there might be a visual confound, researchers can choose to redesign their interface and test again, while avoiding the expense of doing this in a laboratory environment. These examples show you, in part, how we are working to establish a framework for creating accessible XR interfaces in a multitude of environments, survey-based and otherwise.
Excuse me, Kaylee. I just want to let you know you've got just under 2 minutes left.
Great, thank you. So briefly, as I mentioned before, we are creating our own tool. And this tool is for identifying the set of optimally contrasting colors for any given image or data set, including point clouds. An input may look something like the image on the left. For more information, please feel welcome to contact Paul Merritt, who spoke at the start of this session. So to summarize this presentation, we talked about how complex interactive stimuli can run the risk of unmeasured confounds, say inadequate color contrast. However, web accessibility standards can be used to improve XR interactive digital interfaces and stimuli by making designs usable to users of all abilities. Researchers can test their designs using tools to help identify areas where confounds occur. Designs can then be tested using survey-based research methods. We are continuing to extend this work to help XR and other researchers reduce confounding variables and establish a framework for accessible designs. So thank you all so much for attending and listening to this presentation. We welcome you to contact either me or Dr. Julia Chellin if you have any questions, suggestions, or would just like to discuss the work that we do here at PSCR. So thank you again.
Great, thank you, Kaylee. Thank you, Paul and Jack and Monica for some very interesting presentations. For myself personally, this technology is very unfamiliar, but the development and testing methods I feel like there's a fair amount of articulation with the kind of work that we do in developing, for example, web-based questionnaires or interviewer-administered instruments using virtual systems for, conducting interviews and for collecting data. So I would like to invite the speakers all to come back on camera, and we can take questions from our audience. If I can find where the Q&A. Okay, it looks like, I'm not sure if there are any questions. I'm scanning the Q&A. I'm not seeing any questions in here. I've got a few myself, but I want to give the audience members a chance to ask questions, so please feel free to unmute yourself and introduce yourself and ask your questions. Don't be shy, because I know there's a lot of not shy people that are in the audience. Okay, well, I've got a few teed up, so yeah. And let's see, the one thing that strikes me, I work with Qualtrics a fair amount, and I know like we haven't gotten to the point where we have needed to embed media or things like that. But we do, often have to develop like maybe some pretty heavy back-end processing, like workflow logic or display logic within the instrument, and find performance issues. For example, when pages are loading, and you know, it could be inconvenient for the respondents, or it could be consequential, like if we're using paradata to measure time on page and things like that. And I was just wondering if you encounter those kinds of performance issues when you have something like a Qualtrics instrument, and then you have like that really cool 3D model or something like that embedded in the instrument. And I welcome anybody to jump in.
Yeah, sure, I can answer that. So we have encountered some performance issues in our study, but most of those seem to be centered on just the models and animations themselves in the web page and kind of irrespective of Qualtrics. But it is a worthwhile consideration when you're loading another page in Qualtrics that then opens that. That could hamper your performance a bit. However, for our study, the application is all in the very first part of the Qualtrics survey flow. So it's not being called upon later. It's all being loaded as soon as possible. And that helps get through a lot of the performance gaps. So if you're able to have your computationally expensive stuff as early as possible, that will definitely help your performance.
Do you rely on any Qualtrics pair data or other metrics that Qualtrics provides, or are you just collecting the responses to the questions and maybe capturing metrics in some other way?
I believe the latter, but that might be a better question for someone else who has done a little bit more work on the survey itself. I can only really speak to the variables that we're capturing specifically from that web application and then connecting to Qualtrics, and then some of the default stuff that Qualtrics picks up as well for data keeping.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, we're waiting for people to overcome their shyness in the audience. I think it was Monica and Jack, maybe you talked about challenges with recruiting participants. And I just wonder if you could talk through how you go about, what the kind of nuts and bolts of finding participants who are appropriate for a given study. How do you get the word out? How do you screen people? Do you use incentives to try to entice people in? Can you say a bit about those kinds of things?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So I definitely think that it's still an ongoing part of the process where we're learning about additional ways to recruit people, but generally we try to use whatever tools we have in our toolbox. So if that means promoting a survey through a newsletter in order to generate awareness, or leveraging any sort of contact list that we might have accrued internally. We might also rely on partners who have similar stakeholders that could be beneficial to what it is that we're trying to learn. If we're able to kind of combine forces there and be able to leverage what partner agencies might have. So I think that there's a number of different areas that we try to explore for every study. I might also invite if there are any other of my colleagues who want to jump in with other ideas.
Yeah, we've also utilized programs like MTurk and stuff to get a really general sample. So,
Speaking of MTurk, there were a couple of presentations in the session I was in previously, and it's I think it's starting to become more well known in our sphere that MTurk has some maybe some drawbacks. How has MTurk worked out for you all?
So far, so good. We haven't deployed any studies over it just yet. So we're still utilizing it, but we haven't, I guess, recruited over it. Another sort of way that we were looking at recruiting participants was also through Qualtrics. I know that they have a supply of participants. So No problems yet.
It seems like the programs that you're developing and testing, they're really made for specific purposes and specific types of users, right? So maybe that probably helps with recruiting, because hopefully you have some, like you said, partners who know people, or you know, or you have your own lists of potential participants. I wonder, can you talk about sort of the breadth of different applications that you've worked on, like the users and the sort of the use cases and things like that? All right, I want to see rock, paper, scissors to see who goes next. Go.
I'm only
Anybody?
hesitating to jump in based on kind of the preliminary nature of some of our different studies, and so I'm trying not to.
Okay.
I'm going to be careful about not giving away too much information. But I think most generally we are looking at the first responder community and just trying to isolate different questions and see how we might be able to refine our sample appropriately. But that might be one where we might want to think about it. And if anybody follows up afterward, we'd love to provide a little bit more detail in email.
Okay, so it sounds like you're really kind of getting off the ground now and haven't been doing this for very long. There's a question from Lauren for Kaylee or anybody. Have you all experimented at all with very low fidelity design usability testing in XR, and/or have you found that users have higher fidelity design expectations given the XR platform? Kind of two questions I can repeat.
Yeah, that one might be a little bit beyond my knowledge. I'm not sure if Paul perhaps has an answer. However, we also welcome you guys to email us, and particularly Julia Challen. She's the PI, one of the PIs on these research projects. So she should be able to answer, I think, in a little bit more detail.
I can cover a little bit, I think, just to jump in. With regards to high fidelity models and animations, it's a worthwhile consideration in terms of like the capabilities of the hardware you're running on. Sometimes you do have to make certain sacrifices to meet like a happy middle ground and get good performance. So that is something that comes up pretty often. There are means to offshoot some of that computation via things like cloud computing and edge computing, where you can have a different device taking care of the hard work and you're just getting the pretty visuals. So there are ways of navigating around this, but it is a worthwhile consideration. And then back to what Kaylee said, in terms of actual work that we've done studying that, Julia would probably be a good point of contact.
Okay. There's another question. Lauren, feel free to come off mic if you want to follow up on that. I'll go ahead and ask Matt's question. What types of, and this is something I was wondering too, what types of questions or data do you look for when considering public safety in particular?
Maybe jump in and start. I do think that it's really varied, again, depending on the project, but since we are part of the user experience, user interface portfolio, we're looking at that user design in terms of technology and how first responders might interact with it. So if you are giving them a tool, is it something that's actually going to be usable for them, or are there physical design considerations that developers or technologists have to be in mind when they're coming up with the hardware? Similarly, maybe looking at something similar to cognitive load or how much information people are receiving in any given moment. Are the responders able to discern what is most important given what's provided. Other questions in terms of what kind of communication challenges they might face in their work regularly, any sort of questions that we would be able to use to further refine our research direction so that we're able to work on problems and projects that are most relevant to them.
Okay, Matt, again, also feel free to come off mute and follow up if you like. So is it, I apologize if you kind of covered this and I missed it, but I wonder, can you say more about like what exactly it is you're developing, like with the first responder training? Like, are there sort of like burning house simulations or car wrecks and things like that?
Yeah, there can be. And I also want to maybe distinguish a little bit between what we do in-house and also what, as a part of our program, we do have a high volume of external collaborators who have also been focusing on a lot of questions like this. So it's not just us who are working in this problem space to make an impact, but internally, or more generally, you can look at a variety of different questions. You might think about hazmat training in the sense of, as I mentioned earlier, you don't want to send somebody into a room to maybe practice with a monitor in real time. So that's one particular use case. You might also be able to come up with training on a fire truck. There's something called a pump panel that you use to direct water at a burning building that's very complicated and uses a series of very specific steps. And if you miss a step, you won't be able to address the challenges easily. So how can we use an augmented reality overlay to demonstrate what are the correct steps you need to take? I think those are just a couple of projects. Not sure if others on the team want to jump in with others that have been impactful for them.
Yeah, so we've also built out a digital twin of an apartment scenario. We have what we call the Immersive Test Center, which we've basically set up an apartment scene and then created that same scene in a VR environment. And it really gives us a good opportunity to understand how first responders behave, say, for example, like in a fire, where are they looking? What are they doing? And we can gather that data and then ask better questions about how we build out these interfaces and which studies we want to design and conduct.
So just to clarify, so you it sounds like you have a VR version of an apartment, but you are comparing that to a real physical model of an apartment.
We are, yeah. So it's
comparing these two different training modes.
It's built out given like the same dimensions and everything, and so a first responder or participant will wear it and go and interact with their environment as they would just in the real world, and then we're able to collect behavioral data that way. Through camera systems, eye tracking, things like that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So you're just getting a sense, you're not just giving users a task to complete and see how successful they are, but you're actually looking at how they interact within the model. And
exactly.
So then how do you use those kinds of behavioral data when you learn like, people may be distracted because there's a window with light coming in to the right and maybe they don't see something off to the other side? Or, like, what does that kind of thing help you do?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I can answer that specifically. I know Dr. Chellen would be able to answer that, as well as Scott Ledger would.
I might even jump in with an idea in the sense of, so we at NIST, National Institute of Standards, we're really looking at how we can use our resources to serve as sort of a baseline or a ground truth for other companies or developers to then bring their products and compare their accuracy or compare their efficacy. So while we might be in the process of developing some of these data sets that can then also be leveraged in other areas, a lot of what we do is as a service for the larger ecosystem to help create that pipeline of innovation so that 10 or 15 years down the road, we have established what the baseline should be that other companies can then compare to.
That's pretty neat. I think that's something your agency and ours has in common, is we serve as a public good, and we can contribute not just in developing something in particular, but also sort of contributing to assist further development by private sector or whoever's involved.
Exactly. And I think adding on to that, so much of what we do is that stakeholder engagement where we're also able to leverage some of these surveys and these studies to better understand the needs of our community. Otherwise, that information isn't very easily accessible. And so the extent to which that we can even either introduce these ideas and see, okay, well, what are the gaps? What are the challenges? What needs to be done in industry in order to make this usable? I think what we found is that there's a lot of directions that we can go. So how do we now start to refine that to put these tools in the hands of first responders?
I'm glad to have the opportunity to hog your guys' attention and ask you questions. Before I look at the list of participants and start picking on people, I have kind of a take a step back question, which is, I don't know if this is something you can answer, but how far are we as a society from sort of common usage of AR, VR, XR technology?
I can maybe start and then hand. Oh yeah, go for it, Paul. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say what I think Scott Ledgerwood, our portfolio lead, usually says, which is that we're kind of looking to like 10 to 15 years out. Some of the biggest roadblocks, at least from our perspective, since we work in public safety, is the integration of technology that can have a heads-up display with PPE or personal protective equipment. Because as you might imagine, just visualize it in your head. Probably can't put on like an Oculus Quest and like a firefighter helmet and SCBA mask. It's all too cumbersome, and they already have so much going on. So we're looking, hopefully, later down the line for that kind of integration to really help us.
Becomes more mobile and self-contained and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are also logistical problems as well. Say, headsets are kind of expensive. Do fire departments or police departments, what have you, have the budget for these? So yeah, as of right now, in order to kind of better understand how these devices are utilized, this is sort of why we're turning to surveys as opposed to, using actual headsets, so we can disseminate that those surveys more and collect more data in that way.
Yeah, it's cheaper and lets you build up your assumptions and use cases before you move on to
absolutely
another stage. Well, luckily for you, Struther and Ray and Lynn Wong, Gene Fox, and a bunch of other people who I was hoping to hear from, it's the end of our session. So too bad. You'll have to wait till next year. So I want to thank you all very much, for you folks from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, for coming to join our conference. This was really interesting, and I feel like I need to follow up with you because maybe there's some ways we can help each other. Going forward. So thanks, and have a good evening. And for everybody else, be sure to join tomorrow at 10 o'clock for Trent Buskirk's really interesting keynote on large language models.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dave, and everybody else.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks.